I missed you.
Yeah,
I was gonna come to Vegas. I was gonna come to Vegas and find you.
it's been a long week.
Man, how you been?
Good, good. Just working through all the things. Um, doing the stuff with because Bitcoin and everything, as you guys see.
Oh, oh yeah. I've been listening to your show on because Bitcoin.
Yeah,
You've been tearing it up. You've been hot.
trying,
On fire.
trying to bring up the hottest topics nobody talks about. Yeah, this is looking eerily similar to previous positions. The drop looks very similar to previous drops. Yeah.
What's the biggest similarity or indicator of this drop that you would say?
I mean, look at these drops. Look at this drop. See these drops? That's strength. See how they were really small candles?
Yep.
They couldn't get price to come down that much. They just kept buying it up, buying it up, buying it up. Now we're sitting something like this. And if this closes like this, it'll be something like this, which what I would anticipate from there. And I told you guys up here that this was the high, right? Everybody's telling me in Discord, hey, we're gonna go to 35. We're gonna go to 40. And I'm like, look, price is gonna remain here. And price rejected right on the high, right? And I could probably bring this right down to the top. And as you can see, right up to the top. Right over here, support. It needed to be above here to be bullish. But a lot of people were like, oh, breakout, breakout, breakout. And I've told you guys many times, don't play the big breakout trade. Because many times don't play the breakout trade. That is how you get wrecked. Buying all to the high, get wrecked. Buy breakout trades, get wrecked. Those are not the trades you want. You want the trades on the retest. If you want to be bullish here, not here. You want to be bullish here, not here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It looks like there's not on that one white candle that it's quite a large candle there, whatever the reversal that we're in now. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of volume under it. Is that just
There's not. And if you look at the channel, right, this is a rising channel, bear flag. That's what this is called. We can ride this thing as long as the market wants to.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, this is a breakdown pattern, right? Price is trapped between two ranges, building long. This is a market maker move to take liquidity at some point. We can see right here. Again, if this candle closes in this position, I expect May to be another dump. But here's what I would expect. I'd expect this month to close somewhere around here, which we have 1 day and 2 hours to confirm. Maybe they pull it up a little bit to try and pretend like they found support. And then the next month to come down and finish down the wave all the way down to the low, right? And we talked about this before. We got one push. We got two pushes. This retrace would be a third push, right? And it would be a breakout high. If we do something similar to previously, I don't really know if it's going to be round like this because it's going to be a full retrace, right? Which is kind of what this was right here. They turn it into a wick. So keep in mind too, they may buy price back up once they get below here. So once they get down to here, they may try and buy it back up to hold it above, just like they did over here, right? So just like they did right here before they pumped it again. So if they push price down to here, which is what I think they're going to do, and they buy it back up to here, they're going to continue through all the way up to the high. Now, here's the problematic situation here. everybody's going to be calling for 35, 37, 38, 40K, 48K, 50K, you know, all these random numbers that they have no clue what they're looking for or looking at. And if you're following the channel, the highest high is probably 35, right? And that's if they can play it out for multiple months and flip it back up. If they come down in May, pull it back up subsequently the next month, they're going to go up and they're going to hit about 33. And then they're going to come back and people are going to think that this right here is going to be a break above and a hold. But for me, this would just be a third wave, right? So third waves are the finish. It's the finish of the move. You got an impulse into a pullback, into an impulse, 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 into a pullback. This is why I had this drawn out right here, but really it may come higher, right? So if they break here, it will be a breakdown to like 22. If they come to 22, I would be questionable if this thing makes a third wave. If they hold price here, they're going to push all the way up to 33, 34, 35, right? Depending on how long they roll this out. And from there, that's your top wave. That's your 1, 2, 3 wave, right? You're going to make 3 waves up and 3 impulse waves down. 1, 2, 3 waves down. And then from there, what we call that on a bigger time frame is consolidation. You see how that works? Halving right over here. So this is my expectations for the move, right? It's going to be something like that. I think May is the halving, so this would be your kind of retest of your low, consolidation, breakout, and then you get the move out, and then you're going to get your big impulse. Now, this smaller current impulse wave that we're experiencing right now is also part of a bigger pattern, right? So same thing kind of over here. We got to move out, hold back, move out, hold back, move out, 3 wave structure high. And then we had to move down, pull up, move down, pull up, move down, pull up, 3 wave structure low, except this right here is a pull out. And I'm expecting this thing to do something like this, going into the halving, and then impulse up from there to wherever it hits. Like I said, I think at the top I had what, 169, something like that. So this would technically be the top, and then impulse down and recoup some of that. And it could be the 30K is the low. It could be 40K is the low in this zone, right? Honestly, my expectations would be closer to 40, just because I'm expecting this move to come up before it comes back down, before it comes up. That's all this is. On a bigger time frame, you could see market after market after market pretty easily 1, 2, 3 as they're playing, right? That's all this is at the end of the day. This is why, like, I tell you guys, don't panic, don't freak out, you know, don't sit there and, you know, think that this is a full-on bull market. It's not. It's not. I'll break this down in another way so you guys can understand what I mean by it's not a bull market. So let's go to BLX. I'll break this down in an easy manner.
Well, can I just ask you something quick?
Yep.
So you were saying something how if it's in the channel, it's 3. You said the number 3, like if there's 3 advances or there's 3. I can't remember the word you used. What's the significance of the 3?
3 waves.
3 waves. That's typically what you see.
From a mathematical standpoint, everything moves in 3s. The universe moves in 3s. Everything moves in 3s.
So every trend typically has 3 highs and 3 lows.
3 highs and 3 lows.
Oh, okay. That's for most trends
On bigger time frames.
Okay, thanks.
It's just a matter of
Not ident-
identifying them or not identifying them.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna show you guys something interesting that a lot of people don't realize. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So really, I should have done this well ahead of time because this might take a little bit of time to set up. Oh, let's see here. What are we looking like? Okay. So this right here will change to green. It should look a bit darker with that. Green, red, and then we'll go gray, and then we'll go green. So these are your trends. Now, what do you notice in here on the overall trend? We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. That. So we're actually going to take this one. We're going to cut it right about there. Sorry, right about there and to there. And actually, let me turn on this. There we go. That's perfect. Oops. Sorry, guys. Just give me just a second. Just working on this real quick. I should go all the way over here with that. Let's see this. Yep. Okay. Okay, so as I'm drawing this out, what do you guys think each one of these represents? Anybody can answer that?
The bull run and the bear run.
Well, we're in the bear run, but how many are there?
Consolidation.
Consolidation. There you go.
Mm.
So what we get is we get periods of bull run, and then we get periods of bear run, and then we get periods of accumulation. Right? So what do we notice here? We notice our bull run is pretty far along, and really in reality, we can actually kind of cross this over just like we did previously. And our bull run kind of started there, right? So if you pay attention to our accumulation phases going into the bull runs, we can kind of see, well, I should take it to right about there, that we have a decent amount of accumulation phase. But what is the biggest part of this scenario here? Which one of these areas is the biggest out of all these?
Consolidation.
Consolidation, and what else? Well, it's the bear. It's the bear portion. So what we've essentially got here is we are still in, keep in mind, still in, because if you look here, bull didn't start till there. Accumulation. What do we notice about these accumulation phases? What do we notice?
They're getting bigger.
They're probably the biggest, right? They're probably
Like they're
the
look like
biggest.
they're gradually getting bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting bigger, which means that we're building interest in the market. But they also, every one of them, go just past the halving. Before what?
That's the halving.
Before they do what?
They go up.
Before they go up. Yeah. Yeah, it's not anything, not your question. Before they go up, every accumulation phase goes right past the halving before it gets that big uptick, right? Right past the halving, big uptick. Right past the halving, big uptick. Every single one. When's the halving?
Every 4 years.
On my chart, I haven't marked out when's the halving.
May 2024.
May of 2024. So is this
So
a
that
bull
means
run?
we have a lot of time.
Basically. Basically. This is why you guys can't get caught up in the noise. You just can't. You got to ignore the noise, look for what you want to get into, and dial in. And I'm not talking about things that are pumped. You got to stay away from those things. Just stay away from them. The accumulation phase is happening now. And if you ruin this part, you won't get anything from this. You'll get some X's, but you won't get anywhere near as close because you'll be down here buying all the hype coins that will probably start to trend down as the bull run starts to go up.
Well, what are the chances it doesn't follow this pattern anymore? Like, does it have to do what it's done before? With everything changing now, where it's being in a war, and also like, this is kind of different. I've been wanting to ask you about AI, but what are the chances that it doesn't follow that pattern?
Have we ever been in a war before?
As far as I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm saying the US. Has the US ever been in a war?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if it's been a war.
When
during
have we
the-
not been in a war, pretty much?
Exactly.
Right. Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be that war, or a war. Maybe that war, or it could be a number of different things. I'm not saying specifically because of the war, but could there be a reason or a possibility that it doesn't follow these patterns? Is what I'm asking, basically.
Hold on one second. I'll put it like this. Has it ever done that? Has it ever done what you said? Or what you're asking?
Has it ever not followed these patterns?
Correct.
No.
Okay, so what is your best odds in this situation?
Is it will follow the patterns?
There you go.
So it's just that. It's just odds, basically. It's not. I mean, it could.
That's all
not,
trading is. That's all trading is.
right?
Trading is a game of odds. And if you play against the pattern, you're playing against the market. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. So it's not. I mean, you have to go with the best chances, basically.
Correct.
What's gonna happen? There's nothing set in stone.
Recording in progress.
Nothing is set in
Nothing
stone.
is set in stone.
100%.
Right.
Right.
So I would say in that case, your best bet is to ignore all the noise, ignore all the BS, assume everything will play as it normally does, and go with that. Now, if you want to look at macro, historically, Bitcoin's never been in a economic downturn, right? So I could see your argument there because that would be more bearish than bullish, really, right? Then your
Right.
expectations would be lower, not higher. And that shouldn't really affect your investing. It should just affect how much you're investing and how periodically you're investing. That's the biggest point that I want to put across there. A lot of people think they got a YOLO at a certain point. This isn't a YOLO situation. It's about, every Wednesday I put X amount in, or every time I see a market downturn, I put X amount in. Is it better to buy a dump or buy a pump?
Buy the dump.
Buy a dump. Right? What is Bitcoin doing right now? It's dumping, but it's not at the bottom of its pattern. So if Bitcoin, let's say theoretically, let's just say theoretically, right? We discussed this whole pattern. I showed it to you. We talked about it. You understood it. You knew this was the trigger point. Let's say Bitcoin dumps to here. What's your reaction?
Bye.
We say that.
A
But
little bit.
Let's say
For real,
let's
yeah, we
let's
say
let's
it.
say Bitcoin dumps down to here. What's your reaction?
Wait.
That's the problem. That is the problem. And I think this is, and maybe I haven't addressed this before, and I think this is the biggest problem. And I just haven't acknowledged it, right? Because I tell you guys, because I know what I'm going to do each time, right? I'm going to have validations and invalidations, and I tell you guys, hey, if it breaks 22, don't buy. But the reality is, you get a buy zone, you take it, and then you have an invalidation to get you out of the trade if it is going to continue down. And that invalidation, we talked about this, right? Is that, let's say it breaks 22. Yeah, it might. But what does my red line here show? What does this show it doing? If it breaks this zone,
Trace.
it's going to retrace up. That's when you get out of the trade. So you take the buy, you eat the drawback, you let the market pull back up, and you get out because you were invalidated. Now, let's say it does pull below here, right? It pulls all the way below here. You buy here because it needs to follow this pattern. So you bought much lower than the bottom of the channel. And then they do one of these. Which direction do you think that thing's going to go?
I'll go down.
It's going to go back up.
Oh, back up, right? Okay.
So even though you bought here, it looked like you got invalidated, just like it did right here, right? You ate the drawdown. So maybe you bought here. You ate the rest of the drawdown. You're in spot, not long, not short. You're in spot. You ate the drawdown. The market pulls back up. Boom, you're good to go. Right? You got upside you can play. Now, let's say it pulls down and it doesn't come back up. You ate the drawdown. Do you sell here?
No.
Oh,
No.
No. You wait for the retest and sell there. So, what should your reaction be if price moves into the zone?
Bye.
Should be to buy. Your invalidation will be very clear if it's not. In which case you will get the opportunity to get out. That's the biggest thing that we got to pay attention to.
What would be the invalidation? Is if it drops to that zone and goes lower?
Nope.
And then retests?
Because this is heavy support. It's not going to go lower. It's going to hit this zone. And if it rolls back up, let's say the next month, right? Because we're on the weekly. Let's say this weekly candle does not suck back up in here. If that weekly candle does not suck back up in here, You're already invalidated. Which means, and it doesn't mean that day. It means however long you got before the close. So if it's 6 days, you wait, you stay in this drawdown for 6 days. And then more than likely you're going to get a retest before you get a move back down.
So the invalidation is that it doesn't go back up right away to that trend line.
Just like this right here. Look at how beautifully they brought this back above trend. Look at it.
It's hard to see because there's a lot of.
It's a higher low. Look, ignore the wick. Perfect pull up, move, drop down, scare people out, pull back above, and now you've got a higher low. Higher low. Right there's 21.8. And they flipped it back at 21,990. That's higher. And they ate this entire wick. See that?
Okay, that wick is those candles is 1 day.
These are weeklies.
Those are weeklies. Okay, so if you're talking about a weekly, if it invalidates if it doesn't close the candle at a higher high or within the trend line that week.
Yeah. I've been using the weekly for a lot of price action. I literally just look, when I saw this move, I took a line and just drew it straight across. What do you see there?
Support.
Should you deny support?
No.
No. So what should have been your position here? Even if you didn't catch it here, what should have been your position here on this week when it pulled back above and closed?
To buy.
And you would have taken all this move. Now, really, you could have sold here, right? Which I did have some spot here and I did sell here. What did Bitcoin subsequently do here?
Well, you could have took profit on the way up.
Yeah, you could have definitely took profit. What did it do here?
It went up a little more, but you're fine with that.
It went up a little more, but I'm okay with that. Why?
And it created a new resistance.
Created a new resistance, and it's still doing what?
Oh, following the trend.
Still following the trend. So should I expect a breakout here when we're setting against trend?
No.
Nope.
No. So all they did here, this is all they did. They sucked in liquidity. All these people are trapped. They're trapped. And they're probably mostly long positions. So what did they do? They brought price down and retested the low. Now, here's the thing. We have 1 day and 1 hour to close. If they get price back above here, what's your position? Is it short or is it long?
Long.
It's long. And what are they going to do? That's it. What are they doing here?
Going long to go short.
Going long to go short. And what are they doing each time they do one of these moves?
What?
Taking liquidity.
They're sucking liquidity in. They're pulling people into the trade. Look, impulse move. And now you've just got FOMO, FOMO 1, FOMO 2. And really, they could even do it a third time if they wanted to. And then FOMO 3. But the more times we test the trend and invalidate and aren't able to break through, the more likely this move is nearly done. And then we don't need an impulse 3 at that point. If they can push all the way up to here, we won't need an impulse to get that wave 3. That is your wave 3. Your wave 3 is all the FOMO top here. This is, and I can almost bet you this plays out just like this. I'm going to show you guys. And this has been my thoughts on this. What we'll probably see up here on a bigger time frame is one big FOMO top. You guys see how they're already starting to build it? And then impulses. That will be really bad if that ends up happening. Because where's the bottom of our trend if that ends up happening? It's where it's always been. And what does that look like? Do you guys see it?
Yup. What is
Gotta
that?
be careful with the narratives, guys. You got and look, if this plays out, where do you think this goes from here?
You know,
And what's this? What line is that?
the having.
The halving. Yeah, that's your halving. Do you see the bigger picture here? This is really a possibility, right? We shouldn't root for it. I know some of you are like, man, I need that. I need that price. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to want something. We're not here to speak our books. We're not here to try and tell each other if we say this enough times, it'll happen, because that's not how this works. This is all a game of odds. But I can tell you, if they keep chopping this high, this is going to turn into a momentum loss, right? Because they're going to keep chopping it, keep chopping it, keep chopping, just like they did up here. Just like they did up here. And how did these result? Boom. Boom. Do you see the concern that I have right now? And if you look at this on a higher time frame, it's already started playing. The resistance is obvious.
How long ago was that last peak that it's starting to kind of look like? Or what time period is that?
What do you mean?
The last peak that where it's kind of where you're saying it, the one you just X'd out.
Right
in the
here?
Yellow.
Oh, up here?
Yeah, yeah. What time
Oh,
period is that?
that was a long time ago.
Like how long?
574 days.
Oh, okay.
Well, not even that. Sorry. I went too far with that. Hold on. From the peak
I
to
was
the
like summer
525.
Okay, I think that
We should start accumulating
I
now
remember.
and buying.
You can accumulate now. There are quite a few things that are down.
I mean, yeah, I know there's,
Right.
I've been looking at some, but I
Look,
thought we were saying it's going low.
Look, I'm gonna just drop some truth bombs and some realism to you guys, because I want you guys to succeed. Hold on one second. At the end of the day, if it's 98% down, don't worry if it can go lower. If you think it'll live. That's all you should be worried about. If it's 98% down and you think it will survive, then it's a buy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean.
Doesn't matter if you're buying it
long-term-
here. Doesn't matter if you're buying it here. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. 98% is 98%.
All right.
The drawdown's already there. It could definitely draw down another percent, which could be X's for you to the downside. But you got to look at the 98% down, not the 1% that you can get out of it, right? Maybe that pullback could get you another 10X. But if you're looking at something with a potential of 1,000X, does it really matter?
You're saying 98 just as an extreme example, yeah? It's not
As an
actually-
extreme example. Exactly. Right. It could be 80, 90. If it's an altcoin, I would want to see 95% plus. And that's not extreme at all. Right? That's a realistic number. If I'm not seeing 95% plus drawdown, I'm not interested.
All right, here's an example. Let me give it to you straight. On quant, you know I love quant.
Mhm.
So quant was 496 all-time high. And right now it's down to 113.
Yeah,
Now, I'm asking you, like, these are the type of coins that we should start accumulating in.
I would
And so-
not. I would not accumulate quant right now, just
and what's your
because
reason?
you're still 25% up.
Okay,
on
so
it,
how do
and-
we met, like, I bet you a lot of people, like, how do you measure that it's gonna go back down? Like,
So I just simply come to the chart and I go like this,
okay,
and I'm like, okay, 95, I'm in. Right? If I see 95 on an alt and it's an alt I think will survive, I'm in.
okay, all right, I
Buy
see
some.
what you're doing.
Yeah, that's literally just drawdown, right? I'm just looking at drawdown. Why? Because those coins don't have any liquidity. So if they're still standing on liquidity, what happens if Bitcoin does take the stump and you're sitting on something that's still 25% up?
Oh, you're gonna get crushed.
You're going to get destroyed.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not a matter of a 1% pullback from where you're at. It's a matter of significant drawdown on whatever you've invested. That's why I'm telling you guys, don't chase, right? Like go with stuff that, you know, if you're looking at it, 95% drawdown, hey, it's worth a buy. Worth a chance, right?
So-
And I'm not trying to tell you guys what to buy or how to invest your portfolios, but I'm telling you like how I'm doing it, right? I'm looking for percentage drawdowns to make positions. If I don't see percentage drawdowns, I'm not interested. Just like Ethereum, people consistently look at Ethereum, how strong it is. Yeah, okay, what's Ethereum going to do? 10,000, 12,000? How many X's is that from where we're at? 5, 6? I can go buy Shopify. I'll get more X's than that. That's a stock, and I'm sure of that.
So VLX is, if it's down 95%, you would get in. That's like an example.
Yeah,
I think it's at its all-time low right now. I don't know if it's 95%.
the thing is like once you've gotten into those positions, you gotta accept the drawdown from there, right? There can definitely be more chop. There can definitely be more drawdown in the market. But when you look at what I'm showing you from Bitcoin, this is just opportunity for Bitcoin at the end of the day, right? This has nothing to do with the alts. The altcoin market may drop more. Some of it may not. You gotta understand some of them, they just don't have any more liquidity to sell. Like people came in with $100 million and now they're worth like 5,000. They're not going to sell their positions. That's where some of these altcoins are right now.
Good point.
So those ones are great, right? Those are opportunity. But if you're looking at things that are just bloated, right? Like you're wasting your time. You're wasting your effort.
Hey, Will, you still allocating it to Jasmine?
Yeah, I have Jasmine. Yep. I have that as part of my portfolio. I think Jasmine is a solid project. I think it'll do well. But again, like what I'm doing and what you guys are doing, two different things, right? So it's all about your risk to reward too. I think
Yeah.
Jasmine is solid. But
It's
you got
way below the previous low.
Yeah.
Way below.
well, I got Jasmine like at floor price. Like it
Yeah, for it's literally a floor price
yeah.
right now.
I got it like I think at its lowest low. So yeah, I'm not gonna let go of that position. And if Jasmine drops more, guess what I do?
Buy more.
I buy more.
So
That's-
you double down on the ones you know
Yeah.
will come back.
Mhm.
Even
So-
if they go below their floor.
Let's say I bought Jasmine in here. Bitcoin jumped up, yada yada. Maybe I took some profit, maybe I didn't. Price then falls back on Bitcoin, Jasmine goes deeper. I add more to it. I don't worry about selling it at that point. As why?
Hey, Will, what do you think? You know, this is my strategy. You know me for since fundamental secrets. Right now, I'm not selling anything from now until doesn't care if it both goes up or whatever. I'm
Mhm.
just accumulating into the next bull run. That will be yeah, and you know me that I'm a very conservative trader.
Mhm.
That will be the wrong thing to do at the moment, or
No.
just take profits
Look,
and wait till it goes down a little bit more, or just accumulate.
where are we at?
Right now, we're still in the bear market. We're in the bottom.
Yeah, the bear market's there, but if we were to go by my color coding here, where are we at?
Yeah, accumulation. Yeah,
Accumulation. Yeah, exactly. So what you should be doing is if you want to trade, right? But that
I'm
should only be
trading
so
to
much of your
accumulate. That's what I'm
portfolio.
doing.
Your trading should have occurred on the drop. Your trading
Yes,
should have
I
occurred
did.
on the run up. Now is the time to take positions. You
Yep.
can trade still, right? But it's gonna be like I'm actively trading probably 10% of my portfolio. 90% of my portfolio I'm allocating here and there. And I'm taking my time, taking positions. That's it. And
So
some of the same names
okay.
I've put up, I've added more to those positions. Like Lucid dropped more. Okay, great. I'll buy more. Rivian dropped more. Okay, great. I'll buy more. These are the things that I'm doing right now. Like I'm doubling down, tripling down. Like I don't care from here. Like if these things drop more, because dropping more is good. Now, let's say Lucid goes in 4X's tomorrow. What do you think my reaction is going to be?
Take profit.
I'm going to take profit. Yeah. It makes no freaking sense to set in it if I just got a 4X. None.
True.
But it doesn't mean I'm going to drop my entire position either. So let's say Lucid goes up 4X and Rivian drops 50%. What would I do with my profits I took from Lucid?
By Rivian.
Just
I would roll them into my other stuff that dropped.
roll it over to your other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Take your initial investment and then roll it over to another investment.
that's how you're compound. That's how you compound. Your money stays in the market. You just got a better position.
Yeah, I've been doing that. That's what I've been doing. I in this drawdown, I allocate to Yasmin, to Gala, to all the projects that are really undervalued right now.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking at Bitcoin. I'm not even looking at Ethereum. I'm looking at very low, good projects, but very low market cap.
Everything, look, at the end of the day, you don't have to come to the market. The market has to come to you.
I learned that from a hard way from you, man.
What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that?
That means if the price comes down to what you want, you buy it.
Correct. Exactly. Exactly. If it is not within your amount that you want, then you buy something else.
So
Or just wait for it.
So some of the
You can do
projects
that
you
too.
talked about that are really good. If they never come down to the floor, you're never going to buy them.
Yeah, I'll never buy Ethereum if it doesn't come down to at least $600.
Okay.
I'll never buy, I am going to continue accumulating Bitcoin at the lows, right? Like I can't say I'll never buy Bitcoin by a certain price, but I'm not going to buy it on a pump. It's definitely not going to happen. I'm not stupid.
Oh yeah.
But Bitcoin is, again, store value. I think that it serves that position well. I'm never going to buy Meta until this freaking thing retraces, right? And if it doesn't retrace, I'll just never buy it. This is what it is. I'm not interested in buying overpriced crap, right? That's all. That's all it is.
Don't get me wrong.
Do you
how do you
think
call that when you are recruiting? But that's very low, like $20, $10 here and there. I'm doing that every weekend. That for Ethereum, Bitcoin, the big caps, I'm doing that. That's something that I'm not even thinking about. I have my other money that I have to trade. Those are the ones that I'm not going to touch until it goes. It's a big drawdown. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Like I think somebody posted Curate. I posted that a long time ago. It's a $400,000 market cap. I think the app looks great. I think they got some good NFTs, and I think they'll do well in the next bull run. So guess what? Even though nobody's interested in it, I bought some because it only makes sense.
What was that? Sorry, what was the name of that one you just said?
Curate.
Your
Xcure.
Xcur.
X
It's
curve.
yeah, it's called
X-
Curate, but it's Xcur.
XCUR.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
yeah, and basically what all I'm trying to tell you, all right, all I'm trying to tell all of you is don't chase stuff like this. It comes to your price or it doesn't get bought by you, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't have to chase other sheep in the market. Find your own things. Think about it. If you went into the stock market and looked at every stock in there, how long do you think it would take you to figure out how many stocks there are?
A long time.
A long time. It would probably take you probably years to figure out how many different stocks exist, how many different sectors there are, how these different stocks operate under certain market conditions, and so on. It would take you years to understand that.
Yeah.
So why do you have to chase what everybody else is chasing?
I guess that's the sheep mentality.
It's the sheep mentality. This is like when people come to me and they're like, you didn't buy Bitcoin here or there. It's like, or 15K. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, I didn't buy Bitcoin at 15K. What'd you do? Like,
Actually, Will, in all honesty, most of it is that most of us aren't as confident as you and are in seeing potential in certain stocks. Like we don't really know what to look at. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much that, because like you can look at certain stocks. If you say something, I'll trust it and be like, oh shit, this is something there. But me personally, like I'm not at the point yet where I can look at something and see the potential that you would see. You know what I mean?
Let's
In
say-
undervalued
yeah.
stocks. Or,
I gave you ways to do that though.
Yeah.
yeah,
understand
for sure. And I take notes, but you know, for the most part, it's still, that's what most people are at. They don't know.
What's
You know what I'm
what's one way to evaluate a stock?
Well, I remember when you told us, well, it's market cap, it's the earnings, the deficit, it's the there's a few ways who's in charge, like
We
who's
talked
the
about it a
running-
little bit ago. What was my
Just
criteria
today?
for altcoins?
It's being down a
By how
lot,
much?
like 98%,
95 to 98%.
95,
Right.
98%.
That's all you got to do in your head. Just set up a number, stick to it, and dial in that way.
So
And if the project is good, you'll be fine. If the project is crap, that's where you'll get screwed. Right.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's where that's where the
how do we evaluate a project in crypto?
market cap.
Community.
I have the community.
Community,
Yep.
social media
tokenization,
active.
social media,
Social media
activity.
activity,
People on the board.
people on the
Yeah,
board, team, right?
Credibility.
Team.
What
If
Economics.
they're
Activity.
upgrading, if they keep upgrading their projects.
what
Utility.
Circulating supply percentage.
yeah, okay.
And
What
the
else?
tokenization. Allocation.
Okay.
Whether they're
What else?
sticking to their roadmap
Layer ones
distribution.
mostly.
Roadmap, yeah. Okay.
Layer
So
launch pads.
I'll
all
give
that
you guys
stuff.
another one that we haven't
And
talked about.
volume.
TVL,
Total value locked.
total value locked. You can go to any coin out there, look at TVL, and you can tell whether it's undervalued or overvalued. Just do that. That's without looking at anything else.
Hey,
And you
well,
can-
the other day I realized that, and you said it in the beginning when you joined the fundamental secrets, man, that I realized it, that you definitely need to go through a cycle to get better in your psychological to trade. Right now, every time I see these drawdowns, this go up, this go down, it doesn't, I don't feel the anxiety when I used to have back in 2021 and 2020.
Yep.
Right now I'm just chilled, and it's right what you said. And I remember Alex saying the same thing too. You have to go through a bear cycle and a bull cycle to understand, and then your trading will be more clear. And you don't
You
have
gotta-
to, and then you don't trade emotionally, and that's when you
gotta-
lose.
You got to lose all your money in the first run and then make money in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to lose
Basically,
all your
yeah.
money, but yeah.
You don't have to, but
Marty said, most people don't make money, and I broke even pretty much.
Hey, breaking even's that's an amazing feat if that's your first market. That's an amazing feat. I lost a lot of
'Cause you-
money in my first one.
You learn a lot, like if you break even.
Yeah,
Yeah, that basically means you got a free training course for the entire year. That's what it means.
it's good. It's a good
If you
thing.
broke even.
Yep.
I'll be ready next time.
Or whereas a lot of people paid a lot of money for that training course.
True.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we look here, what is Lido's TVL?
11 billion.
11.58 billion, right? Highest TVL on here.
Yep.
So does that mean Lido's a good investment? Yeah. Yeah, it does. And if we look at market cap TVL, it's 0.16, undervalued. MakerDAO, 7.45 billion, 0.08, undervalued. Aave, 5.24 billion. Market cap TVL, not showing. Curve, sitting over here at a total of 4.46 billion, 0.17. Value is undervalued. Uniswap, sitting at 4.1 billion with a 1.01 market cap to TVL, which means at value.
Hey,
Move down
Will,
here.
So
out of all those lending protocols, which one do you think it has more potential?
I think Lido has the
Lido or
most.
Micro or Aave?
I think Lido has the most.
Okay.
so the
The
MCAP
highest TVL in the market.
MCAP divided by TVL, the lower it is, the more undervalued.
Yeah. Basically, you can come in here, you can look at MCAP to TVL, and you can tell, okay, where are we at? What does it say right here from Intel?
2.27.
Yeah.
Overvalued.
Overvalued.
So 1.0 is even.
Loop ring, overvalued.
Oh, yeah.
Chain, overvalued. And I mean, it's not difficult. And this is me just giving you guys a numbers game outside of. So this is just math, right? You're just coming in, you're doing the math. You're like, okay, TVL looks high. Our current market cap to TVL is low. So what that essentially means is that price should be much higher than where it is,
Right.
based on what the value that they have locked
Yeah.
versus price.
And those are only cryptos that have a TVL option.
Well, yeah, if they have total value locked, yeah.
They have an option to lock your tokens and stake them.
Yeah, I think Arbitrum is on here too. Let me try and find it.
So obviously TVL is a good thing. The more they have, but what exactly does that mean? So I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. What does total value lock mean? Does that mean coins that aren't in circulation?
Is that the total amount in their liquidity pools?
It means people are locking their money, and it keeps the price above what
It
people
keeps the
lock their
price
money.
stable. Exactly.
Stable, yeah. And more people put in money into it.
And what you can do, see this chart right here? Now, this is Arbitrum. Just so you guys know, this is all the things on Arbitrum, right? You can see TVL dropped. And what's TVL doing? What's it doing for Arbitrum since March?
It's going up.
It's going up. That means people are trusting the network. They like the network. They're locking value on the network through these different things that exist on Arbitrum.
So where's Arbitrum itself on there? Is it on there?
Well, no, Arbitrum is a network. So if I were to go Ethereum, for instance, right, you would have a similar situation.
You can't lock up Ethereum, but the token's
Ethereum,
on there.
Lido, MakerDAO, Aave, this is where you can put Ethereum. And on the Ethereum network, you've got 29.09 billion.
Can I go back to the question before, Will, with TVL? So the TVL is the total of what's in their liquidity pools. Is that correct?
Yes, and locked.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's that token. It could be a combination of tokens.
Correct. It
else
can
it's
exist
TVL.
across different networks or different things, but it's part of this network.
Yeah,
It's like a pool, right? That you put your money in there, you get a percentage, like a APY on that.
Staking.
Yeah, it's staking. Yes.
You lock your tokens.
You lock your tokens.
It's all tied into staking.
What's that?
TVL is all tied into staking.
It's all tied into locked liquidity.
What exactly does that mean though?
Which typically staking.
You buy crypto, you lock it up, and then in return you get a percentage back based on how long you lock it. And nobody can sell that.
Right.
And that's what creates floor prices.
Yep.
I'm not sure though,
Gotcha.
Will, whether it's all actually locked because some of the other DeFi projects that don't require you stake your liquidity, but you're not actually locking it.
Those won't
and
count.
you're gaining rules,
Yeah,
but
those
that
won't
still
count.
counts, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Pardon?
that's soft staking. Soft staking doesn't count for this.
Yeah, it's like Cardano. Cardano does soft staking that you can
Binance does soft staking
Cardano
too.
on your ledger and doesn't leave your ledger. You just don't move it. That's all.
So
Mm.
total value locked is you have to be locking the liquidity up.
Yeah, you can't sell.
So you can't sell it for how many ever days, months, years that you've locked it away for.
Exactly.
Right.
When
Oh,
soft
okay.
staking, you can sell at any time you want.
Yep. And you can move it anytime you want. But if you move it
Exactly.
before the soft staking rewards, you don't get the rewards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the
Okay, then.
rewards are much lower for soft staking.
Yep.
So basically take total value locked as confidence in the network. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Right. Most
So-
people, yeah.
So if we look at Arbitrum, for instance, right? And we look at its 2.18 billion, right? Total value locked. Now, if we come over to Arbitrum on here and we look at total market cap, what are we at? $1.862. They should at least be reflecting their value locked as their market cap. So Arbitrum as a network token is undervalued
Is it just TVL?
based on liquidity locked.
Is it just networks, or can it be all tokens? Basically, any crypto coin
Well,
can.
all
locked
these
in.
tokens exist on Arbitrum, on the Arbitrum network.
Yeah.
Okay.
And each
Gotcha.
one of these tokens, if they're on here, they offer a TVL. So a locked
that-
liquidity option.
So that 2.18 billion is all the TVL combined.
Yes.
Yeah. From all those coins.
From all the different coins. Correct. Their entire network locked liquidity is this.
And then you saw the market cap on Coin Market Cap, and then you divided it.
And it's below the TVL.
Okay. So it's like 0.7, 0.8
Mm-hmm.
M cap over TVL, which I guess you could do that.
Correct.
So
And
maybe
so,
Ethereum.
well, that's the problem with Ethereum, right? That's the problem with Ethereum. Look at Ethereum's total value locked
Yeah.
and look at Ethereum's market cap.
Way
Which-
too high.
Which one looks more enticing?
But Ethereum looks way more enticing.
Mm-mm. It looks less enticing.
It's less enticing because that's more.
Well, isn't it?
It's way overvalued to liquidity lock.
1.27.
Oh, yeah. Other way around. The math. Yeah.
The math is the other way around. Exactly.
Yeah.
And what do we notice here in 24-hour change? Negative 2.70 liquidity locked, right? That means that some liquidity got locked and got removed. Now, if we move over to the Arbitrum network, and we look at that, what are we seeing right here for their negative? So who's bleeding more? Ethereum, based on the change in 24-hour volume. Right now, this is a little harder to read because really 24-hour volume can fluctuate for any of these coins in ridiculous amounts. But I just want to throw that out there.
Can you bring up ZK Sync, Will?
ZK Sync.
Yeah.
Which one?
Just been, well,
We'll
ZK
go with
Sync.
error or light. We'll go with error.
Yeah.
So that's their total lock liquidity. And they
So,
actually
Will-
they look good. Look, solid uptrend, a little bit of downtrend. So it looks like they're getting some adoption. What's that?
I'm sorry to cut off. Can you explain to me a little bit how, I know that when you put your lock your money and all this stuff like that, I've never done it, but I know that there's a big risk of locking your coins on this protocols that, like Lido last year or 2 years ago, it got hacked and
Yep.
or like, a lot of protocols got hacked and some people lost their money, and then other people are waiting for their clearance so they can, get their money back.
Mhm.
Can you explain that to me better? Like, the risk and when you lock your coins here, then, and those protocols.
It all depends on the protocol, right? Everyone has
Mhm.
their own thing. So a lot of them do not cover hacks. A lot of them do not.
But
But-
that's the thing. That's one of the things that it prevents me to lock my coins. I prefer not gain too much of a APY. I prefer to keep it safe
Well,
and
here,
not earn that.
Yeah, just don't do it,
Here-
honestly.
here's the thing. Most of these are thriving okay through the bear market, right? So that's one scenario. The second is that take TVL as market confidence in the network.
Okay.
Right.
So it's
So-
better off not to do it. Just use this as a tool then.
Use this as a tool to figure out, is there confidence in MakerDAO on Ethereum? Yeah, there's confidence because there's 7.4 billion locked. So if you wanted to take a chance on a network that has more liquidity, right? So if you wanted to stake, these would be your better staking options. But what do you think their return is here versus somebody like this's return?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Their
Hey,
return is going
Anthony.
to probably be much higher, right? But it's going to be more risky because there's not a lot of liquidity on their network.
And it has a lot big room to hacks, right?
Correct. Yeah, these are newer networks, probably with not as well-rounded securities and not a lot of confidence. Because if they had more
Probably-
confidence, they would have more liquidity.
Can I
Probably
say
look at
something real
Rocket
quick?
Pool over Lido.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna
Okay.
say to Anthony, okay, you already made a statement a few minutes ago saying that, it pays to have been, gone through a whole cycle of the market. And
Yep.
we've seen what happens with these like liquidity pools, like we've seen it. So
Yep.
we don't want to, I would touch the coin, but I would not risk any liquidity at all. Unless
Yeah.
it was, I forgot what it's called, like where you can do it from your ledger or something. That's the only
Like I
like
said,
safe way.
But exactly. There's projects that you can stake on your ledger, and you can stake on them, and it's safe because it doesn't leave your ledger. In some of these pools, you have to literally
Give
put
them your tokens.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
not doing that anymore. That's the first thing you learn, not your keys, not your whatever. No way.
And definitely don't want to be the exit liquidity.
Yeah, I have done some staking, but I can tell you this: like I've taken basically a 5% allocation of portfolio to staking. If I lose it, I lose it, right? But that's my risk, right? I'm only risking 5% of my portfolio with doing that, and that's what I want you guys to understand. Like everything is a risk in crypto. Everything is a risk in investing.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
if you think about it from a percentage standpoint, not am I putting 5,000, 10,000? I have X amount of money. I'm going to put 5% into staking. If I lose that 5%, it sucks, but I'll make it up somewhere else.
That makes
I'm
the
gonna-
most sense.
And I'm going to take the other 90%, maybe throw it on a cold storage. And then I'm going to take probably 5 or 10% and trade.
Yep. That's literally what I'm doing. Right now I'm 5% just trade. The
I'm just
rest
telling
is-
you guys, like you can be exposed to these networks. You just don't want to be overexposed.
Yep.
Right? You don't want to be overexposed to these networks. You don't want to be overexposed to investments, as in you don't want to be, oh, I'm going to buy all Tesla with every bit of money I have. That makes no sense at all.
Diversify.
Correct. Diversify. So
Well, just one thing, when you took the TVL number, you divided it by you divided the market cap by the TVL, and then what does that give you? What is that number?
well, that's just looking at Lido by itself. Right? So Lido on the Ethereum chain.
Right, but for any coin you do that, you would do that calculation for. What is that? I mean,
It's just a matter of value, right?
just
Value to
market
value.
cap. Divided by
Could
how
you-
much money is locked into it.
Mhm.
Could you look at
And if
Rocket,
it's-
Will?
If it's a
Sorry.
low number, it's good.
got you.
Below 1.
Rocket's similar to Lido.
See this right here? Look at Lido. What's its market cap?
1.8 billion.
1.8 billion. How much value does it have a lot?
11.5.
It's almost 11 times its value in
Right.
lock liquidity.
0.16, pretty low number. Oh, under 1.
Yeah, a little bit under.
Yeah.
So you guys see how this number comes up, right? It's
just
basically
market-
evaluating market cap against total value lock.
1.8 billion divided by 11.5 billion.
Correct.
So the 11.5 billion was the market cap or the TVL?
11.5 is what's
TVL.
locked. And then
Yeah,
if
can
you
you
look at their
repeat that
market,
again, please?
How could that be more? How could the TVL be more than actual market cap?
because it just means that people are staking on their network $11.5 billion, right?
It's not 11 in Lido. It's 11 in, I guess, the network.
Yes, the network.
Yeah.
What exists on the network is 11.5 billion. So
All those coins.
if you were to look at here, I'll give you an example. If we were to go look at Apple, right? And let's say Apple is pulling in 200 billion a year. But it's, and that's what it's pulling in. But its market cap of Apple is only 10 billion. What does that mean?
That means the shares. That would mean the value of the shares multiplied by the number of shares. Correct?
No, don't. We're not even looking at shares. The
Okay.
total value of the stocks of Apple is worth $20 billion, but
The
they are
company.
making 200 billion a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're making 200 billion, and the total value of their
Company.
the company is 20 billion.
Not the value of the company, value of the stock.
Okay,
Okay.
Undervalue.
It's undervalued by
Yeah.
more than 10x.
okay,
They're making
Stocks
so
should
much
be
money.
reflective of income and what they're making. So because
it'd be like the market maker or whoever is not making the valuation the proper number.
correct. Well, people are for some odd reason, people are scared to buy the business, but people are not scared to put their money in the business
To buy their products,
to buy their products.
not to invest in their company long term.
You have $200 billion worth of revenue flowing through Apple. I know it's more, but I'm just giving them theoretical numbers.
2 trillion in reality.
You have 200 billion flowing through Apple, but for some reason people have only bought an Apple up to $20 billion worth of value for its total amount of stocks.
Right.
That means
People
Apple's a booming business that you should be eyeballing and looking
People
to get
are
into.
buying $20 billion of stock of Apple.
All of it, the whole value of the stock of Apple would be worth 20 billion, right?
Which is the market cap. And
Which would be the market cap.
TVL is the 200 billion that they're
Correct.
Which
that
means
it's
they're
in real-
undervalued in that case.
Which means they're
Okay.
undervalued in that situation.
Okay.
They're worth more than that 20 billion. They're way
Yes.
more.
Yes, just like Lido is worth way more than 1.8 billion because its
Then-
total value locked is much higher.
Than what people
Okay.
are buying. Yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I just don't understand how it could be that way. But I totally get what you're explaining to me.
Well,
I
it's you got to think about it like this. You've got a company people are investing in, right? And it's making more revenue than what people are investing into it. You've got a company that is flush with cash on hand, and technically this is their cash because why? Why is this
Theirs.
11.5 billion
The
their cash?
shareholders only
They own it.
They own it. How do they own it?
They have the keys.
They have the keys. You've given them your crypto. They've
can
locked it
steal it.
away. They can steal it if they want to. This is
Right.
their cash.
It's happened.
Right.
You're
before.
trusting them. If they have trust, then that's good.
So it's like the token has that much. The company, whoever owns the token, has that much value, has that much
Correct.
cash in the token. But as far
That
as
much cash.
right, okay, I got you.
But the
Yeah.
company's worth 1.8 billion, right?
So that means the company is undervalued. Yes.
Right, and that value is calculated by the stock, by the market cap, basically.
Yeah, the value of the company is the market cap.
Yep.
Right.
Value of the company's market cap. Yep.
But cash on hand is
11 billion.
Okay, I got you. Thanks.
Yeah,
So if it's 11 billion and it's MCAP over TVL is 0.16, it, you know, has potential to get way bigger.
correct. That's essentially what we're trying to lead to. We're trying to lead to that the potential for growth here is looking good, right? It's looking like this is something
Right.
people will want to invest into because we have that confidence in that market, right?
So yeah, basically the weekend the TVL would be equal to the cash on hand and the potential for them to grow bigger.
So this is something you should be
That's a hard
actively
one to do.
watching, looking to
Yeah.
potentially get into because it's so undervalued.
Meaning that if you put money into Lido right now, just buying Lido, you know that has potential to grow.
Correct. That's basically it.
Exactly.
Because think of the and I'll get to you in just a second, Mark. I see you. Think of the total value locked because it's the highest out of all of these, right? It's the highest out of every single value locked here. What does that say about Lido?
Most confidence. People are invested into it
Mhm. It means that people are willing to put their money
Project.
where their mouth is with this project.
by locking in those tokens or whatever.
By
it is.
locking in the highest TVL out there.
Right. You're
Right.
not buying the crypto. You're not making the company more valuable. You're just giving them cash. Now they own your cash.
Yeah. And technically, when you lock up this value, what can
If
they do?
you lock it. Yep. If you lock it.
Well, if it's TVL, it's locked.
Yeah.
So if they have 11.51 billion, what can they do?
They can invest it. They can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want with it. That's exactly it. They can do whatever they want. And what are
They
they
can
paying
steal
you with? What are they paying you with?
Interest.
Interest.
APY.
Their native token. That's what
Yeah.
you're getting back in return. Hold on one second, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna mute everybody real quick. Just unmute yourselves. All right, I got everybody. All right, unmute yourselves if you want to talk. So we've had a long conversation on this. I
That's
would say
clear. No, that's-
go
it's
back,
clear.
listen to it if you didn't get it the first time. But I want to get through more stuff with you guys and kind of talk about some things. But go ahead, Mark. I know you've been waiting.
No,
a while.
that's valid.
Yeah,
I
no, that's
appreciate
right.
it.
Could we just quickly have a look at RPL? It's just very similar to Rocket. It's Rocket pools. It's very similar to Lido. It's gaining momentum.
Oh, it's got a lot of momentum. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's TVL.
it's got
Yes, it's not.
1.37 billion. That's not bad.
Yeah, and its actual
really
market cap is only it's quite low.
Yeah, market cap is sitting at 905, so it's undervalued. Also,
Yeah.
So
I think that's probably got a lot more room to grow than Lido. But again, it's a smaller, it's a bit more risk.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
I would
an
definitely
option.
say there's more risk on this one for sure.
Yeah. But it is an
Uh,
option for a smaller slice.
Yeah, and you got to look at it like this too. If you were willing to allocate 5,000 to Lido, and you thought Rocket Pool had even a small portion of success, you could technically allocate 400 or 500 to Lido, and probably get a similar return, if not better, risk to reward. Right? You risk less with the potential to gain more, and if it ends up losing, you lose less. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So that's always a way to value it too. You just, I think a lot of people they see things at low value and they're like, okay, this is the one. If this does better than Lido, theorizing, right? And that's what they always do. They always theorize. If this does better than Lido, that 5,000 I could turn it into 100,000. But the reality is if it's more risky than Lido, you shouldn't put the same amount of money in this as you would in Lido. You should
Definitely
put
not.
less.
Yep.
You want to reduce risk when you're taking higher risk plays. How do you
Right.
reduce risk? You reduce the amount you're investing.
Yeah.
So,
I guess I had one last question real quick.
Yep.
So Arbitrum, I guess that's a new one you're adding to your list for long term. It's a one you like.
I do. I know some people they're like it's a rug, yada yada. I get that, guys. It got crushed, and I think it got crushed because of the airdrops, and I think the airdrops were just a way for them to get attention. But I do think there is TVL on the network, and I think that they're growing TVL. right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm continuing to eyeball. I got some already at 123. It's up pretty nicely. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while.
It's like at 1.5, I think.
And I know some of you are like, you're buying at 123. I was like, yeah, I am. And
Yeah,
it's
I've
still at
commented
146.
about the rug, but I think it's more what my reference to it being a rug wasn't actually the network itself, because I think it's very strong. I think you just need to be careful with the contracts that you interact with, because there are, like Binance chain, if you have a look daily, there's pump and dumps, and there are quite a few pump and dumps on Arbitrium as well, because people are just trying to they're trying to cash in on the FOMO. But it's not the network itself, it's just some tokens, and they may only last 48 hours and they're gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Just don't chase the moonshots on it. That's all.
Yeah, I would recommend be careful with the Arbitrum. They could do the same thing that Phantom did back in 2021, I believe, and they got hacked as well.
Yeah, that could happen. I think Arbitrum, the network, is good. I think there's a lot of sketchy things on Arbitrum, right? And I think those are two different things.
So if we talk about Arbitrum, the chart, is it too early to decide when to buy it? So you would buy it no matter what it is now?
Well, I bought, and I'm not going to buy unless it goes lower. That's always my thesis. If it goes lower than where I bought, hey, buy an opportunity. If it doesn't go lower than where I bought, then I'm not buying it anymore.
Right. I guess because it's like only a month old, and there's not really no history.
I need more time. I need to watch it, see how it plays out, and I need more time watching it. You can see the fully diluted market cap versus the market cap. It's not looking good either. But you know, if they don't end up releasing everything turns out okay, which I think they will do. This one could be a really good banger in the next bull run.
The bull.
Yeah.
So compare it to the optimism chart, I think.
Yeah. Optimism is, man, that's another one too. I've been kind of eyeballing.
So if you didn't buy Arbitrum earlier, you would not buy it now, unless it went back down?
I mean, no. I mean, if other people want to, I mean, more than welcome to. I don't think it's that overpriced, really. I think it's still pretty crushed. Let's go ARB here. Let's go crypto. We'll use
Tether.
DT.
It's like render. Render, I will never buy render if it goes until it goes below $1. I'll buy render. So that's why I started. I allocated into render.
Now keep in mind, I bought here.
Right? Yeah. I'm saying if you didn't buy there, would you buy now? Or even though
it came all the way up here, and it could really, in reality, even come all the way back down to close to where I bought. So it's something that you got to kind of eyeball and watch, but I wouldn't be trying to chase. Again, don't chase. If I throw something out, I throw it out for a reason. Evaluate it. If you want to get on it, you got to get on it then. That's what I'm seeing the most value, right?
I guess what you're saying is only buy it. If you didn't buy it, only buy it if it goes back down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, ignore it. Move on to the next one.
Correct. There you go. You're starting to get it.
And guys, remember, I've been here a cycle, and I learned this in the hard way. Prices always goes down no matter what. You will get always another opportunity to allocate on those coins.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm seeing for right now. What's that?
I said poach for blood on the streets. Yep. Look at stuff that's just fading away.
Man, I caught this at such a good spot here too, 123. Oh man, when I called this for you guys, it was before it even broke out.
Yeah,
it was already retesting the high right there. Retesting the high right there. See that consolidation high and then the breakout, boom. And now we're getting a pullback. And then I think the lowest this thing go was like 133. And then that'll be kind of the high of over here. And I think this thing builds into the next bull, right? It's gonna get crushed. It's gonna probably pop off really hard at some point. I can see this thing really taking off at some point, and then getting obliterated right back down the trend. So,
man, I was listening to the Twitter space with you the other day, and the other guy who was talking about Ethereum, he made perfect sense. There's a big potential that Ethereum could go down way below $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's what I've been trying to point out to people. It's like, man, you got to just get away from the mindset of chasing the same old things and understand there's better things out there.
Yeah. But like
Um,
BNB, I guess we've been waiting for it to go down for a long time, and it still
I'll
hasn't.
continue to wait, and if it never does, it never does. I'm still not buying it.
Yeah.
If I'm buying, I'm chasing. I don't chase. I'm not one of those people, you know.
Not a
That's
sheep.
Don't be hell bent on particular tokens.
Yeah.
Just
No sheep. No
take
sheep
them as they're
mentality.
calling you out.
This one's kind of crazy. This is one I've been in for a while, and I actually didn't even realize I still had some. But like this one's just been, if you look at it, it's just been one big accumulation. And really, I'm just looking for this thing to climb and get a big pullback at some point.
Can you bring up the
So-
RSI on that, Will?
And you can see the build right here too. See how it's building to the highs?
That's a stock.
Yeah, this is a stock. This is First Solar Incorporated. So this one's pretty crazy. Best case scenario I can see for this one. I'm always going to provide everything for you guys. Crypto, stocks, the whole nine. Best case is this thing pulls back to trend, takes off from there, right? But this thing looks really bullish.
And you allocate usually what, like 75% of your portfolio on stocks and like 25 on crypto?
I've been a little heavier on bonds lately, to be honest with you. I'm not even gonna try and lie about it. Like I've been definitely heavier on bonds. It makes sense to be in the bonds trade right now.
Yeah.
I think bonds are crazy.
Can you show us an example of the cosmetics that you've been talking about?
Oh yeah. So this one.
Whoa. Jesus.
Look at that. Is this the craziest like win retrace, you know? That's what I've been sitting here watching this thing just go. It like every month I'm expecting some big pullback and it just keeps going.
Eventually, it's going to get a pullback and a big one.
Yeah, it'll be something like this. I think it's on the cusp of that coming into fruition again. But I can tell you guys, look, I know some of you guys may not be girls, but hey, this looks like a good stock to be buying. I'm just saying. Taking it pulls back.
Yeah, I didn't even know this was a company until like a year ago. I saw it in real life. I'm like, what is this? And then now it's everywhere.
Yeah, this is Alta Beauty. Like it is Alta Beauty, and they have been on a monster tear since inception.
They might be a big company growing everywhere.
I think they're going to be one of the biggest makeup companies out there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you look at Elf too, Will, that one.
Yeah, I got Elf on here too.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I wouldn't touch this with your money right now. Like you just gotta wait. This looks like an implosion waiting to happen.
Yep, that's way too much high. That it already did the run.
Look at the RSI. It's almost at 9.
It's all the way. It's overboard.
Like I think a legitimate, and I think this is very reasonable.
It has
The
to
price
go
is
to
coming back to
resistance level.
there. Yeah, I think it's coming all the way back.
Yep. You have to go to.
And then it can build.
You have to go to support.
Yeah,
You
this
have to
is
go
what.
to support, and then, you know.
And you can see on the stochastic, it's same thing here on the stochastic. It's just way overbought. Like this is the most, and this you guys see this, right? And everybody's chasing Bitcoin right now. Everybody, look at this. Why are people chasing Bitcoin? Just saying, like if you think there's not value in a bear market, there's value in a bear market.
Sheep
You just got to
mentality.
look in the right sectors. That's all it is. This is a stock.
Yeah,
I can't see that. Is that a 10x?
it's a 3x,
This is a 1097.
10x.
Yeah, it's a 10x.
10x. Yeah.
Really?
from a year ago or 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. From the time we went into that full bear pullback, look, March or May of 22. If you would have bought this in May of 22, while everybody was chasing downside, you would have got almost a 4x.
Is this the one you bought, or you didn't know about this?
I just found out this one in one of the from Jaguar Analytics in one of the spaces. So it's something I'm gonna be watching actively because I want to short this thing. Not gonna lie, but I want to wait for weakness before I do it. I'm not just gonna jump in blindly.
Weakness. So what do you mean by that? What do you look at when you look at it starting to come down?
Round tops.
On like a shorter time frame?
The higher time frame. Look at this thing. This is the monthly.
Oh, this is monthly. Yeah.
If it starts doing this, I'm shorting it because I'm expecting that thing to come down.
Yeah. So it might still be going up still.
Yeah, it's a strong trend. You don't fight strength. When people sit there and say Bitcoin is strong, no, this is strong. This is very strong. This is like a year of just only up.
This is like its own bull run.
So definitely, this is why you don't chase. Look, here's another one, Striker. And we've talked about this one. Just buy Striker anywhere. Again, another only up stock. This is one that I know Jaguar brought this one up as a good one for commodities, but I don't know, man. I think they have too much exposure to China. I really do.
You said Jaguar. What is that?
It's one of the people in the spaces that I follow. It's an analytics guy I chat with sometimes. But
Is he on Twitter?
Yeah, he's on Twitter. Yeah, he manages portfolios and stuff like that. But we kind of slung some numbers back and forth in some different charts. One that I'm looking at too, TTE. That's another one. Hit, break, came out, found support. I think that this one looks like it's good. It says Total Energies. Exxon, I think this is something people should not sleep on. I don't know why, but it looks like a breakout, right? It really does. We could also kind of visualize it like that, right? And that doesn't look too good if that's the case. But for now, I'm playing it as a breakout. So Exxon for me is up, looks good. We do have the bearish div starting to come into play here. Lower highs, higher highs, lower strength on stochastic, still higher moves here. But the fact that it continues to hold here and consolidate while stochastic's cooling, while RSI is cooling, if it can continue to hold up here, then I'll take it as support, break above support, break out, right? So this one looks really good. Chevron was another one, but this move is gone. What's that?
I said the longer it hangs up there, the more likely it's going to break out.
Yeah, exactly. The gas stations look really good. I mean, you got the solid breakout here for Chevron. Look at this, double bottom, right?
Speaking of, sorry, go ahead.
With the double bottom, you got, and I know there's a wick there, but I'm looking at it from high to low. You got the strength here, right? So you got the bullish div playing out here. Bullish div move, breakout, break above support or break above resistance, come back, retest the support. Look, you get the confirmation. You get the confirmation. As soon as it hits support, it just shifts away, right? And now it's starting to cool down again, and I think it's forming an uptrend. So if that ends up playing out, what's that?
Do you think that this is this goes along with the your energy narrative? The market is looking for the price of energy to increase, just like the banks. When all the interest rates went up, they started cracking awesome profits.
Exactly.
You know, if their oil goes up, they start making more profit on their baseline percentages.
This, I can tell you, Chevron, Exxon gas stations are the best ways to expose yourself to energy outside of like solar and stuff like that. And I showed you guys that solar play. Look at this. This thing just explosion, right? Like there's something going on in energy that I'm just not, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's something I'm paying attention to. This one, look at this. Tell me this doesn't look beautiful.
It's on the
Anybody?
floor.
That is a floor.
That is the most beautiful looking stock I've seen. I've been accumulating this thing all the way across here.
So you accumulate it as its RSI goes up and then it blows up.
What
Look at-
stack is that? What company is that?
This is called NOPE. It's an actively traded ETF. So it's a firm
it's
that,
a
that
ETF.
buys and sells based on market conditions. And what are we seeing with strength here?
So when RSI goes up and it's on the
Increase.
floor flat, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that means that
Momentum
strength
is
is
increasing.
building. Momentum is increasing. Price
Yeah,
is
yeah.
continuing to roll. That
Yeah.
means we're going to get a reaction at some point. And it's not going to be a reaction in a breakdown. It's going to be a reaction to the upside.
So it's kind of like a bullish divergence, kind of.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because you've got price rolling one direction, right?
Yeah.
And you got strength building against that price.
Yeah.
Buyers are taking up the sells.
Correct. And what tends to happen is you tend to get higher lows and then higher lows and then higher lows and then higher lows. And eventually bears step out of the way and pop. You take the
Yeah.
move and then you get out with the profits. Now that pop could be to here, just a retest of the high, or that pop could be very bullish and all the way up to here.
That thing looks like it's ready to go now, doesn't it?
It looks really good. Yeah.
It's already
It-
tried to take off, come back.
It tried
down,
to
roll
take
the
off
floor.
here, came back down, rolled the floor again, and it
And
looks
then
like it
off you
wants
go.
to pop again.
Now, this idea, you can do this during any market, bull market, bear market,
Bull,
this
bear,
bullish
look.
divergence.
You could have been bulled up on Elf since the beginning of the bear run.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling. Like, you can be a bull year round. You just have to invest in the right sectors to be a bull. You can't be an idiot and sit there and say, and I say that, I know it's mean, but you can't be one of these guys. Oh, I'm bullish on Bitcoin 24/7, 100,000 days a year. I know there's not 100,000 days a year because there's going to be pullbacks, right?
Yeah.
There's
yeah.
going to be bear markets. Like, if you want to be bullish 24/7, do it, but be in the right sectors to be bullish.
When you say sectors, I guess you can also say any stock or crypto that looks like that.
Safeties, risk, energy, commodities. There's so many different ways to evaluate them, right? And risk is not the sector you want to be in when a bear market is occurring. What do you want to be in when a bear market's occurring?
Yep. It was like
Safety.
last year it was really bull to get on wheat. You know? And
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I guess energy and stocks, war stocks.
Look at XOM since the COVID fallout. What's it been?
It's always gone up.
It's always up now.
So those are the ones.
Has
Oil
Bitcoin been up? Only up since the COVID drop?
only down.
So basically, in a bear run, if you want to invest in something going long, it needs to be physically tangible, their product. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, it needs to be something you can hold in your hand if you want to make money in a bear market. If you want to be long, it needs to be physical. Fuel, energy, physical, right? Products, consumptions, physical. What's Ulta Beauty?
Physical.
Physical.
Women.
So these are the things that we have to understand. Physical items thrive in a bear market, and non-physical, non-tangible items become weak. They
Like
start
crypto.
to fall apart. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Crypto and tech stocks.
crypto, tech stocks, services, right? But the services sector has been decently strong. I've had that discussion in spaces. I think it's been strong in some sectors, right? It hasn't been strong across the board. I'll tell you that 100% hasn't been strong across the board, but it has been strong in some sectors. Services is risk.
Yeah.
Cosmetics is pretty much health. Yeah.
Cosmetics can be health, yes.
It keeps your partner happy.
Well, it can be health in a lot of ways, right? You can also go to like we'll say surgeons and get a face.
Yeah, they use Botox and
You can
all
get
that
whatever
stuff.
you want. Yeah, those things will still occur in a bear market.
It's
Those will
good for
still be
mental health.
profitable positions. Yes, correct. You buying Bitcoin, some digital item on the middle of the internet, doesn't matter to a lot of people
Right.
when they can barely afford to eat the food that they have and
Yeah.
pay the gas to get to work.
And I think that's because what tech is more like a luxury, fun, entertainment type of thing to do.
Entertainment. What's the first thing to go when you're broke?
Risk based on
Entertainment,
speculation.
Netflix,
Entertainment is the first thing to go
Netflix, Facebook, Twitter.
when you are broke.
Yeah. And McDonald's goes up.
And McDonald's goes up. Why does McDonald's go up in prices?
It's the recession food.
In a recession.
Recession
Cheap food. Everybody's eating.
Cheap food.
It's cheap food. Yeah. People are buying because it's too hard to make food at home. McDonald's goes up in price.
It's
And
my grandkids.
what goes down in price food wise?
Uh
Oh, your 5 stars.
Beef.
oh really?
5 stars. You mean the
Quality,
restaurant?
the quality.
The fancy
the
restaurants.
quality prices go down, the quantity prices go up. McDonald's
Yeah.
is quantity, right? Quality is lots of I'm trying to think Bruce Chris or like a couple other ones too. I think I hear
Ruth Chris Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake Factory. I think they're more of the middle, but yeah, all those right there we'll see more losses than we'll see gains. Right.
Yeah, Nobu.
These are the things that you got to understand is your positioning just has to be right if you want to be long year round. Which means when you get a retractionary environment, I need to go cheap and staples, right? So cheap McDonald's, cheap Del Taco, cheap Taco Bell, and even Taco Bell can suffer because Taco Bell's prices are a little bit ridiculous. Cheap,
and I think
good.
And they have talked about how, some brands like Lay's will have less chips in their bags. They'll make them smaller.
Yeah, I think that's a different subject as a whole, though. But like what I'm saying is just focus on what you're getting into, and I think Mark hit the nail on the head with tangible items, right?
Yeah.
Things you can hold physically are what matters to people when they're broke.
Yeah, and things you need versus you don't need. You don't need quality Ruth Chris. You just need food.
Yep. Do I need the fat-free organic hamburger, or do I need the hamburger that can provide me with some food?
Yeah.
I need the hamburger that can provide me with some food. That's the cheapest one.
The dollar menu, not the signature burger.
I don't care if it's organic or if you fed your cows grass. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you shot steroids in their muscles to make them eat bigger. I gotta eat. And I'm not saying that for me, but I'm telling you like how people think. Right.
That's the majority of people.
Yeah. That's the majority of people. Correct.
Yeah.
That's what's happening now. That's what's happening now. A lot of people are hurting out here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point that I'm trying to get to is like if people were positioned correctly, and this is something that I probably should have brought up a while ago, and rather than tell you guys down only for risk, but, is that there are sectors you can be long year round. You just got to be in the right sectors for what is actually occurring currently.
I ask that because I was wondering if you could always trade a bullish divergence when you see the stock at the floor and you see the RSI that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I think this is right here. I think this is opportunity, right? That shouldn't be ignored. And I know some of you are going to come in here like a month from now and you're going to be like, hey, should I buy this now? And it'll be up here somewhere. There's, over here somewhere, or maybe even testing the high. And I'm going to tell you no.
It's too late.
Because why?
Too late. The move is done.
Yeah, the move has already happened. You got to take advantage of these moves when they present themselves.
Right.
And let's say it rolls the floor for another month. Does that mean I sell my position? No. I just hold it until it does what I'm expecting it to do.
That's why you bought at the floor, because that's break even if it does do that.
Yeah. Even if I bought here, it's not a big deal because my upside is great potential. My downside, from what I can see, is as low as this wick. I don't have downside at this price. It's almost non-existent. So I'm paying more attention to what I have upside to downside.
Hey, Will,
we-
before you go, can you give us like a information or idea how the market is gonna be behaving in the next couple of months? You know you spoke a little bit in Twitter space, but you know, given the fact of what the government is thinking of doing in the market, you know, just a rundown information would be great.
I'll be honest with you. I've heard the government talk. Not worried about the government. Really not. I don't think there's anything they can do. They can threaten people. Oh, hold up. They can talk about different random things, but it's always the same song and dance with the government, right? They come out, they show face, they act tough, and they don't act. That's how the government is.
And I think that's also the case because it's the Democrats hold one, and then the other Republicans hold the other.
Yeah, I mean it's a divided government, so nothing will get done, and everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. I can tell you, the reason that the government is the way it is right now is because the people in control want it that way. They don't want the government to mess with anything. They don't want the government to intervene. This is why we have a divided government right now. This was a decisive act by the people in power.
What is this in regards to? Like just in general, or like I guess I'm on a specific subject?
It's all tied to the economy, how the economy will work.
Whenever you see Republicans hold House or Republicans hold Senate, or sorry, it's typically House. You usually want the opposing party, and ain't even Republicans or Democrats. You want the opposing party to hold the presidency, and you want the other opposing party to be holding the House. Why do you want that? What does the House do?
They make laws, as far as I know.
What do they control?
Finance.
The budget, the finance.
Finance. They control the purse, right? What does the president control?
He controls the enforcement of the laws.
The military.
He controls enforcement of the laws. He controls a good chunk of the laws. He can also veto laws. He can also pass laws, right?
Yeah.
He or she. So the point being is that the president is now not the same party as the House. So you've got the people in control of the liquidity being the opposing party, and you got the people in control of the laws being the opposing party. Are either one of them going to agree?
They'll never agree and nothing gets passed.
They'll never agree. And you can't get laws passed without the House, and you can't get money pushed through without Congress.
Yeah. And I guess to add to that, I think Clear Value Tax said anytime this happens, the economy usually does well.
It does well because the government can't intervene.
Yeah, the gridlock.
It's a gridlock on government. This is a decisive act when these type of situations happen. This is why I think ultimately our elections are bought, right? And I don't mean it like in the narrative of like what a lot of other people think, like, you know, with the presidency and stuff like that. I think of it more in the factor that we got a split Congress and a split presidency.
On
purpose. A little weird how that happened right into a bear market, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is a decisive act by big money to make sure government couldn't intervene in the bear market.
So you think it's the big donors, the people in charge behind the scenes that made it this way?
Correct. I know a lot of people view the country as two different parties and two different sides and two different ideologies and all these different things.
They're all the same, man.
It's all the same. So guys, you got to understand, like
they're all the same.
They reach in each other's pockets. They help each other out. They insider trade together. There's
checks and balances.
Yeah.
The whole point of them is to keep each other in power and reject any third party from coming in.
Yeah, essentially. This is why we never get a libertarian.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you're aware of this and if you've heard this news, but I don't know if it's true or not, that I don't know if it's true or not, that Biden signed a law that if your FICO score is above
That's true.
670, you're gonna get a point something interest, and if your
I heard that
FICO is
today.
below, that's kind of, excuse my French, fucked up.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't think it's finalized. I think it's just in talks, right?
Could you explain it, Will?
But it's basically the better, or we'll say the more qualified you are, the more money you're going to pay. It's a backward system.
Money
That's
pay to what? To what?
whatever you get.
See, it's funny, like when I was a lot poorer than I am now, I thought like socialism was like a good
That
thing.
is truly socialism. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, oh my, this shit is absolutely ridiculous. Like the more, I'm not saying I have money or anything like that, but I'm like different than I was in college, and now I see like, oh my God, like, and I live in California. I see what's happening. It's like it's really fucked up. Like, yeah, sorry, we would like to help people. Like, yeah, when I had the worst credit, yeah, it wasn't fair that I have to pay more for a car. Like, yeah, that's the how I talked. But now, like, oh, you got your credit right now, I have to pay that. It just doesn't make sense.
No,
Yeah.
it's damaging to the people that took the time and effort to build their credit, and it opportunity is available for everybody in this country. I don't care what it is.
So if I understand you correctly, if you have a high enough credit score, you pay. If you buy credit card stuff, you're gonna have higher interest.
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
If you have a credit card and you have high credit score, if you buy stuff on your credit card,
No. So if you go get a new loan, for instance, right, you're going to pay more on that loan.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it affects anything that you currently have open. But like if you were to go and try and get approved for a new loan, and it again, I don't think this is in law yet. I think it's just in talks, right?
Okay.
And it's circulating the internet.
So for people who want to buy a house in the future, if this does get passed, they're going to pay higher for their house.
The thought process, and I'll tell you guys the thought process behind it, even though I think it's stupid, is that the higher credit worthy people are probably the better income people, or the better off income people, which will be the middle class. It won't be the rich. So they will be offsetting the payments for the lower credit worthy people, or what they're saying is the poor people. So essentially what they're saying is that all poor people have low credit and that all middle class people and up have good credit. I know quite a few poor people with good credit.
Not true.
I know quite a few poor people with good credit because they pay their bills and they don't rack up debt. Their income in comparison to me is very low. Yeah. And I can tell you they have really good credit and they pay all their bills on time. Because
it actually makes sense for the banks because it'll offset the defaults that the poor people quote unquote.
That's what I think the intention is. I don't think it's an intention to help people. I think it's an intention to help the banks.
Yeah, because they lost it all when they rested on the bonds.
So this is kind of like helping them during when the banks crashed recently.
No, so what it is, or what I see it as, is that the banks may have taken on credit positions with people that may not have been worthy of the loans they got. Right.
Yeah.
Again, just like what 2008 all over again.
Yeah,
right?
but they shouldn't give those loans to those people then.
They shouldn't have. But what they're going to do is, oh, you need a new loan. Okay, well, your credit score is higher, so you're going to pay more on this loan. And what that's going to do is that's going to reduce risk for who?
The bank.
The bank, not the poor person. Do you see how this works?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Could be a way for
They basically just rewrote their business model. Basically,
they basically are taking from higher credit worthy people and giving to the banks, not the poor. The banks.
Yeah. And it's kind of messed up because you would think better credit score, better benefits, but better credit score now, worse benefits.
So what is that going to incentivize for people trying to build credit?
Not to build credit.
Not to build it.
To build it so high and wreck it. And
don't pay your bills. Make sure you're late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it's going to incentivize. It's going to incentivize bad investing, bad bad
Bad behavior.
payments, bad behavior. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, bad behavior when it comes
Default.
to those type of things. So
Default your credit.
it's a bad take. It's a really bad take. I really hope it doesn't go through, and I don't think it has, by the way. It's not even about communism, socialism. It's not about any of that stuff. People keep thinking that that's what it is. The government is finding ways to take money from us. That's what it is. It's not communism for people. It's communism for government.
Just like the bailouts.
Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, as far as like, I know a lot of people like, well, we shouldn't help poor. It's not about helping the poor people. That is not the intention here. The intention is to lessen the risk on the bank.
Right. It's to help the very rich and powerful.
Yes, it is to help rich people. It's a rich bailout. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you offered up liquidity to somebody who wasn't really qualified for the loan? That's okay. This guy over here has a higher credit score, higher paying job. He's going to pay part of that person's loan by paying a higher payment. That person will pay less. That'll lessen their risk. And now you're still going to make your money back by a higher qualified buyer. That has nothing to do with the loan that lower qualified buyer bought. It's the bank. It's a bank bailout. That's what it is. And I'm the only person. I am telling you guys, look, I am the only person who evaluates these things for what they are. Like, everybody always looks at it, them versus us, 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 sides in the country. This is not a them versus us situation. It's the government versus the people. That's what people got to understand.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what it's always been. They may try to pretend like there's a division in the country. It's not a division in the country. There's a bunch of sheep, right?
That's the problem, the sheep.
But the sheep are following the government. They're not following the people.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the government versus the people.
Yeah.
It's always been that. It's always a divide and conquer strategy from the day one.
And that's especially lately, man, with government. It's been crazy.
It's so easy to distract fucking people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, they throw out a little bell. Look over here, guys. Look over here, while they're sitting here reaching their other hand in your pocket and taking your money.
Yeah, the guy who's stealing the whole cake is telling the other guys taking your crumbs.
Yeah,
go fight him.
Go watch him while I eat your cake.
That's all it's been, yeah, and it's just worse. I wanted to ask you. Well, can I ask you something? I was hoping to ask you when we have more time to talk about it, because it could go a lot of different ways, but it's really been weighing down on my mind, and I wanted to get your opinion on it. As far as AI, how do you think AI is going to affect trading in the near future, in the far future, and just period? Because the way I see it is, it's going to get to a point where there's going to be AI bots that just predict the market, and they're able to trade with such efficiency that a lot of people are just going to invest in those AIs, and it's going to change the whole way we trade. Like, it's going to change the whole market altogether, because all the patterns and all the stuff we look at and everything like that, a lot of those are based on, experience, people's reactions and people's emotions and all that stuff. What are your thoughts on how AI will change the market and trading strategies and analysis and all those things?
How does big money trade in the market?
Well, as far as I know, they're already doing it.
What are they using?
Like, you mean like the Aladdin thing, the AI
algorithms?
No.
They're using bots.
Algorithms.
Right.
They're using bots.
So what you're saying is they're already using it?
No, what I'm saying is bots have always existed in the market.
Right.
Like, I guess what we're trying to get at here is that AI is some superior feature. It's not. AI is an algorithm right now. And I'm telling you this definitively because I don't want to say it. I'm going to say it may respond. Can Alexa do your homework for you?
No.
Well, Chat GPT can.
Where does Chat GPT get its information?
From the
Chat
internet.
GTP is not that
Already,
accurate.
has-
the
it
information
has a
that is
live-
already in the internet.
ChatGPT is shit. This from my experience. A lot of stuff it can't answer, but if I ask it to write me an essay on whatever
Hold on.
Roman history or whatever,
You just answered it. You said a lot of stuff it can't what?
it can ChatGPT as a program. But the stuff that I'm seeing that they're talking about, like ChatGPT, in my experience, is garbage because there's so much stuff I've asked it to do and it cannot do it, and it just gives me broad answers. It's
Why-
basically like a hyped up version of Google.
Why do you think it can't? Why do you think it can't?
It
Maybe because
can't
they're not
distinguish
allowed-
between fact and fiction.
It's
They're not
taking
allowed.
everything that everybody's already doing.
Exactly, and the information that is already in the internet, all they doing is just
That-
you know.
That's my point exactly. Like if you take the best day trader and he makes a AI trading bot, is there not going to be a point where
Okay.
you look at someone like the best day trader, it makes a bot, everyone invests in that bot, so all their money is just being
Hold
traded
on,
by
hold
that.
on. I think we're getting kind of far out there. What is AI? Let's answer that.
Artificial intelligence, but the thing is that
Hold
with
on, hold on.
artificial intelligence, it doesn't give you the feelings and the mood of
Hold
human
on.
beings.
Hold
you
on.
know.
Hold on. What? So you said artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
What is artificial?
Artificial is
it's not
Not
human.
real, fake.
not real.
Fake. Okay.
Com-
What is
computer.
intelligence?
It only means it's not human because
Hold on,
it is
We're gonna get to a point. We're gonna get to a point. What is intelligence?
intelligence is
Like knowing
Data.
the knowing of something. I guess.
Knowing, be able to reason.
Data.
all of those things.
What
Oh, yeah, information.
what makes people intelligent?
The data. they
brain.
know.
Information.
No, the ability to decide the right or wrong or whatever.
Nope.
No.
Mm-mm.
The data
Experience.
mining.
There's a lot of answers to that
Knowledge.
question.
It starts with a C.
Their ability to learn,
It starts with a C.
comprehend,
What's that?
comprehend,
Nope.
comprehend,
Mm-mm.
Calculation.
It's very basic. It's very basic.
criticize.
Okay, so if
As
if you're 2 years old, would you be scared to run in front of a car?
If you're two,
No.
No, you probably wouldn't, right? So you would run in front of a car and kill yourself.
Courage.
If you're 9 years old, would you be scared to run in front of a car?
Common
Yeah.
sense.
yes.
Okay, so not common sense. What changed from the time you were 2 to the time you were 9?
the data
Nope.
that you were given.
Comprehension.
Nope.
Critical thinking.
Nope.
Caution.
Nope. I'm gonna keep going, guys. Like you guys got to get this. All right. What is it?
Brain development.
Okay,
Calculation.
I think we're heading the right direction. Brain development. All right. What else?
Comprehension.
Nope.
But it
not-
starts with a C,
Building-
right? It starts with a C.
Building your intelligence.
Calculating?
so it's self C.
Conscious.
Oh.
Conscious.
Conscience. Right.
Oh,
Conscience.
yeah. Simple,
What-
yeah.
What did you do from the time you were 2 to the time you were 9?
You got
Building
conscience.
your conscience.
You got a conscience, right? You understand that what has value?
Your life.
Life.
Your life has value, right? At 2 years old, you don't know your life has value.
Yeah.
But at 9 years old, you're like, if I walk in front of this car, I could die. Right?
Your life. Yeah.
You value your life. That is what intelligence is. Intelligence is being able to differentiate, am I real or am I not real? Do I have value or do I not have value? That's conscious, right? Your conscious is you being able to identify and being able to come up with a solution to a problem. A car is coming at me, I need to move. At 2 years old, hey, what is that? I'm just gonna stand there. Right? That's self-conscious. AI is artificial intelligence. Intelligence
learning and
needs
learning.
to be
But why does the government say all these
But how
propaganda
does
that
that-
AI
how
is
does that
gonna
correlate, though?
affect the world, it's gonna threaten the world? Like the Chinese.
We're gonna get into that.
Because no, because there's an article on Google. I think Google, Microsoft made an intelligence woman, and they're deciding they want to unplug her or not because she's becoming feeling like a human.
But listen, the thing is, right? Every move, every thought, when you look at a chart and every calculation, all of the data you're looking at, AI can look at the exact same thing. Anything that a trader could do when they look at a chart.
Yeah, but a trader. I don't know if you guys know a day trader called Lee Ryder. He made his own, bot, map something, geez, and his thing wasn't precise, but it was more like 80%.
But here's the thing.
That's just like a prototype of a guy. Like,
let it. Yeah.
What we're trying to get to, or what I'm trying to get to, is that people are conscious of themselves. They understand what they are. They understand they can learn, right? They can think, they can make decisions, and they can change that decision when they see things start to alter. Right now, we don't have AI that can do those type of things. Yeah. Most bots are basically just running momentum, right? Almost every single bot out there is moving off of momentum. This is why a lot of traders use momentum as a way to trade. Because if bots are using momentum, what's your best opportunity? It's going to be to trade with the bots.
To
find with the momentum.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why momentum trading is so strong. When you get to a point where AI gets involved, do you think there'll be any patterns playing out in the charts?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to change the whole thing.
It'll remove the volatility from the market.
It's going to change
It'll
everything,
completely remove the feelings. It'll remove the volatility, and it'll be up only.
And it'll be what?
It'll be up only. Because every move will be calculated.
Exactly.
I thought it would have been flat.
That's my question. Like, at what point does it get to that where it's just like trading is not even a thing anymore? Because
Well, the reason I say up only, just so you know, Mark, is that you look at inflation, right?
Okay.
And inflation applied to markets, even if you got a selling market against the buying market, inflation will always outweigh the selling market. Yeah. And so this is why the up only strategy works, but it doesn't work if you don't know what you're doing, right? And that's where sector trading and stuff like that comes into play. But I get your thought process, but what I'm saying is that AI is so far behind in development. It's a thought, it's an idea, but I don't think it's a reality yet.
It would be maybe decades before we have to worry about your issue.
Yeah,
I feel like it's so close because it's really just a matter of everything that you do. Like, say you just take Will and program or anyone, any trader.
A Will bot.
Say you take the best trader in the world and he just programs AI to look at what he looks at and think how he thinks it does. Any move that he would make, the AI is gonna make. That seems like it's not very far away. That seems like it's something that could already be here. And you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of things that act like AI, right?
Yeah.
But they will never be full AI. That's the problem, right? Every program is programmed to think or to look at things in a certain way, and every program can be manipulated. What we call that is algorithms, right? Algorithms is what I think people are confusing with AI. And algorithms are just being able to identify the trend and being able to follow the trend. That's what an algorithm does. An algorithm bot, which already exists, that's precisely what they do. And that's why I'm telling you, AI won't change anything for trading.
Yeah.
And algorithm bots already do that.
Yeah. Whether it's AI bots or anything like that, they still need cheap, and everything's going to be the same. They're just going to do the same thing.
I think the way you're looking at it is like AI is going to be smarter than people.
That's exactly the way I look at it.
So what you're trying to, I guess, or not what you're trying to, but what to be able to come up with your thesis of AI being smarter than people. You're saying that people would be smart enough to build something smarter than them.
I'm saying they already have done that, because it's not just a matter of being smart, it's a matter of processing all these thoughts
In what
at the same
capacity
time,
have they done
at
that?
the same time, and with such accuracy and speed that they can predict, like you said, all the algorithms, everything that goes into trading, all the aspects, all the things that you look at. To me, it does not seem far-fetched at all that there's a computer that can take all these things into account and just be able to say, okay, well, this is going on, you know what I'm saying? This is happening in this country and it's affecting this, and there's a whatever in the ocean right now. So you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that does not seem very far-fetched that there's a computer or AI that can take everything that's happening in the world and use that data into predicting accurately what's going to happen in the market, and if not 100%, at least close to that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
If
that
there
does
were
not
an
seem
AI of that intelligence, they would wipe out humanity.
right.
I'm just being real.
I mean,
they would wipe out humanity.
And I'll be honest, maybe I'm wrong, but AI, they don't need AI for the markets. They just keep using bots, and they'll still do the same thing. Take the sheep's money.
Right. To me, that's the only one thing that would kind of dispel what I'm saying, is that they're always gonna need suckers to come put their money into the market. That's the one thought that, to me, that says, okay, they're not gonna stop people from. They need people to come and not be good in investing so they can take their money. That's the only thing, really. But and my other train of thought is that, okay, there's eventually going to be someone who makes a bot and says, listen, my bot has a 99% accuracy, and just come invest in me. It's a guaranteed 10%. And then obviously what happens after that, everyone invests in that. And then obviously the whole market changes. The market makers.
Here, let me explain to you something. In the 1990s, a person came up with an idea that everybody in the world could connect through one central location. Well, what was that idea they came up with?
Internet.
The internet, right? And at the time, it was an idea. What else did they come up with? Computers, right? Computers came along, ships came along.
GPS.
All you are describing is evolutions of technology. And that's what I'm trying. Don't think too deeply on these. We can only create things as smart as we are. I don't ever believe that we can create something that's more intelligent than us, just because it would take a capacity of someone being smarter than the rest of the human race. That would take an evolution. Of like we would be evolving probably into a whole different, like it. And I'm not a scientist, so I don't want to go off the deep end on this conversation. All right, but I'm gonna throw this out there because I've done a lot of Animal Planet and science and everything else, and I love all that stuff. So we would have to evolve as people and turn into new creatures to become any more intelligent than we already are.
Then, huh? What do you think of cloning then? It's scary. It's true.
I'm talking about skull size, brain
No, I know,
size,
but
expansion
cloning,
in those areas.
So
I don't know, man. I think that it's gonna basically take on a life of its own. But everything that's what Elon Musk and everyone is saying, that we need to slow down on this AI stuff.
Maybe
I think
Tesla
that
turns into the new Terminator.
Exactly.
Right?
All the orphans.
I mean, like you gotta be realistic, man. Nothing's gonna happen. It's all this craziness. It's all stupid and BS in my
I
opinion.
don't know, man. I don't know about that. And I think that what I'm describing is not even that deep into it. You know what I'm saying? As far as I know, like BlackRock already has that Aladdin machine or whatever that does that kind of thing. And that's been around for years. Like, I don't know when that's started, but that's got to be around for like a
do you want to
decade
know?
ago.
Do you want to know the evolution of humanity? It's not AI. I can tell you what it is.
Go ahead.
What is it?
Supercomputers. That's what it is. It is a computer that can think and act within milliseconds in comparison to current computers. Banks can be hacked in seconds.
Pretty much.
The economy can be hacked in seconds. Yes.
No
That is
supercomputer, no AI.
a supercomputer is the only possibility that an AI would be possible. There's only a few supercomputers in existence, and they're under lock and key. So
for now,
I'm not really seeing. Well, there's also affordability factor to it too. I'm not really seeing that whole thing playing out, right? If we were looking at anything being more dangerous than what we have right now, it would be a supercomputer. That's the most dangerous thing you could imagine in markets.
Can I just mention something there? Just with
Yeah.
when you said affordability, everyone looks at Lockheed Martin like they've got everything and they've just got so many resources. But like when they designed their jets, they didn't even own their own quantum computers. They leased the workload.
Exactly. And that's the thing that we get to build a quantum computer, to build a supercomputer. It's more money than the value of some of these companies.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, AI is irrelevant. If you want to look to the future, look to supercomputers, quantum computers.
ChatGPT keeps
No,
going down
it
because
doesn't
the computers
necessarily
can't handle it.
have to be AI. It could be whatever. What technology? What I'm saying is technology, whether it be AI, supercomputers, or whatever. And at the end of the day, I hope to God you're right. I really hope you're right. And I want that to be the truth. But
Yeah.
it's just something to me that's just if AI or whatever you want to call it keeps going, it's going. It's just inevitable. But again, I hope it never happens because I don't want trading to go away. Obviously, I'm learning and I want to be something that I can do for the rest of my life. But it's a legitimate fear that I have that I'm going to learn how to do this, and by the 5 years, it's going to be completely irrelevant because it's all going to get.
Yeah.
If any of
I
that
don't
were to
think you have to worry. I don't think you have to worry like in the near future. Like even if that's the case, it might be 10 or 15, 20 years from now, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. If they come out with something that seems to be more intelligent than us, then traders will simply adapt and figure out a way to work around it.
Yeah.
That's how this game is played. It's not played that something's going to outsmart us. It's like, okay, that thing's playing based on this. So if I act this way and then react when that thing acts, then it's going to move in the wrong direction, right?
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that these markets are manipulated. The only only reason we can trade them and do what all these TA analysis is because they're manipulated and the people in charge control it and manipulate it. That's why we can do all this.
Something
For
we
sure,
talked
absolutely, but that all gets changed, right? Once people start investing with the new investor bot.
Nope. So there's other things that we call passive flows, right? And I discussed this in my spaces a couple times. So passive flows, if passive flows get disrupted, then passive flows would eventually stop, right? You were talking about somebody being able to out trade you around the clock with some crazy, AI. And I'm saying crazy because it would have to be completely the craziest thing I've ever seen, right? And be able to self-think and figure out how to manipulate you as a person with price. And you would need a lot of money to do that too, by the way. But let's say all that theoretically happens. Okay, then nobody would trade. And if nobody would trade because the bots would be the only thing trading and the market's full of 100% AI bots, how do they trade against each other?
Right.
No
right.
point.
I agree. I see it getting to that point, and then the whole thing changes. That's
Okay,
one of the
so what would
scenarios
happen?
where it plays out.
What would happen?
I don't. That's my question. What happens and it all implodes? I don't know. That's just but that's exactly what you said is exactly one of the scenarios that I ended up with. Like it just changes everything now. So
I think you're thinking too deep.
We'd all just buy commodities then, wouldn't we?
I think Will if it gets to that point, then they don't want it to get to that point because they need people's money. They need
exactly
stuff.
Right.
You would get
That's the
people
one
to
thing.
stop buying. Essentially, is what would happen.
Right. They need people
because
They
would
need
then
suckers, man.
people would look at the market as a scam and they would stop investing.
Yeah, they need suckers, sheep.
So theoretically, in so many different ways, it would be almost impossible for that to happen, even if they were able to develop AI.
And the thing is, it's just, because you keep saying like it's some big, smart, intelligent thing. Really, to me, it's just the best day trader in the world, the best investor. He just makes a program that does what he does. Like whatever he would do, his bot does it, and then people invest it.
There's people that already do that.
Yeah. There's people that have there's like the one bot. It's like the best bot in the world, and it gets like 1%
There are
profit.
algorithm bots that literally trade the same way traders do.
And people can invest in them. People can just like basically invest.
No, they're just
through
built.
That
They're just
They're
software.
bots. People use them. Yeah. privately.
They move money from one location to another, and then they move it out, and they move it in, and they wash the market.
And they make
Yeah.
trades.
You
I mean,
guys remember the softwares we were using during the bull run that were using bots to trade the market without you being present?
Yeah, they sucked, right?
Three commas. No, they didn't suck.
Yeah, 3
They
commas.
did not suck.
They made money, and they played
Yeah.
the market day and night. And that's an algorithmic bot. It's playing the
Right.
algo.
And can anyone say if you made a bot, do they have it where people may have made bots and other people are able to invest into that bot? Like it's an ETF or a stock itself? Fund?
No. There's
No.
no company that would sell a bot because it's pointless. It's just code. Anybody can build a bot. Now, what you could invest in is a company that has their own built bots that they use to trade with.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You could invest in something like that, like an actively traded ETF,
Company.
kind of like
Exactly.
the one that I pointed out earlier called Nope, that uses their own trading strategy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
This is how
Yeah.
you would get exposure to something like that. It would just
Okay.
simply be an
I'm-
actively traded ETF.
You just got to take it easy. MG.
No, I listen, I hope you guys are right, man. Because to me, in my head, that's something that's gonna mess up the game very quickly because it does not seem very difficult to make. But and the exact scenario you ended up with where everyone's trading with these 100% bots and then the whole thing just implodes. It doesn't even make
Well,
sense.
the
anymore.
market wouldn't move.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
then it morphs into
The
something
market
else.
wouldn't sell, wouldn't buy.
Right.
Right.
Right. That's the only thing really is keeping it is just the people that
Here's the thing. Like, if I'm trying to think of how to put this out there. So, like in math, right? Newton's law, mathematics, energy is infinite, right? It never stops. It never stops moving. It just continues circle, continually moving. There's no world where that mathematically would ever play out. A bot would implode if it tried to do that, right? If all bots stopped trading, they would be imploding.
right.
Bots are not designed to stop. They are designed to continuously play the liquidity in the market, the highs and the lows. So even an AI bot would not disrupt the market like that. It would continue to try to trade. It's trying to find the most optimal position.
Yeah.
It may be able to get a better high and a better low, but it's still going to trade just like an algorithm bot. That's what I'm
Yeah. And that's the thing. Nothing will change, just different methods.
Yeah. What you are talking about and what the reality is it just creates a better bot. It doesn't mean that the trading style changes. The trading style still stays the same because any bot that would come in and read the market as is would find the current price ranges, would find the current momentum in each kind of stock or investment, vehicle that it's using to move liquidity. And it would continue to play those same ranges all the way through because it knows it would just be able to play them at a higher accuracy rate. So it would be able to get a higher dollar percentage take profit at the highs and a lower position on buys. The only dangerous thing I think that could occur in that situation is if you're at lows and it would just be able to feather into a stock better without anybody noticing that a floor is forming. Right. That's the only difference. And really, I don't even think a bot can do that. I think that takes a really, really well-rounded, good trader to do that with large sums of money, right? Because to get into a stock and sneak into it, right? And nobody noticed that you've already accumulated 10% share position. You've got to be a really good trader to do that, especially in short period of time. Like with Elon, for instance, I don't think Elon used a bot to get his position into Twitter. I think he used a really good trader to get his position into Twitter before Twitter even knew what happened.
You're thinking he does TA like you?
No, not him. I think that he has somebody else that trades
Yeah.
markets for him.
He has smart people behind him.
Yes. Just like he has coders and everything else. Think about it. The
A
coders he
slave.
has are the smartest in the world. At least in my opinion.
I just don't see how there's anything that a smart trader or anything can do that a computer would not be able to replicate or duplicate. But I see what you're saying as far as the like all the points you made. But the one thing where I just can't go, like, I just think it with all the technology advancing so quickly, this would just be something that would be easy to do. But maybe it's not something that they want to happen.
It's all theory. Nobody really knows in the future.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all theory. I think that's the best way to put this, right?
Yeah.
I
We could all
honestly,
speculate.
I'll give you my realistic opinion. I don't believe that mankind can build anything more intelligent than itself. Because your
And
comprehension
if it
won't
was,
be able to
and
comprehend
if
it.
it was out there, not everybody's going to utilize it. Not everybody that trades is going to know about this super algorithm. So, like, not
They will,
100%
though,
of
because the
traders are
person
going to
who
use
makes
it.
it is going to want to sell it. Like, come, hey, listen, I have a 99% thing rate. Come invest with me. You
There's
know what I
tons of
mean?
those
But they
out there.
already do that. They already
Yeah.
sell they already do that.
Yeah. And you need the majority of people to be sheep. And as long as there's majority sheep, you can always play with the the winners.
I think what you're looking at or what you're thinking is that this is going to be some new emerging market. It's not going to be. It's going to be the same market that's already existed.
No, I think it is the same market, but I just see it disrupting the market and morphing it into something that it's not right now, because it's, you know what I'm saying? It's going to take everything that it's basically moving off of it'll just change it. Just basically what you said, it'll just get to a point where it stagnates, doesn't move. But I don't know, like I don't know all the actual calculations and all the things that happen. I can just see it just in thought, like shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, I hope it doesn't ever happen, but it's just something that I've been thinking about a lot. I can just see that it's just going to be a trading thing that someone will invent it. Yeah, it's going to mess up the market, but for the time being that they're gonna sell this bot, or they're gonna sell this AI program that has a 99% success rate. People are gonna buy into it. Whoever sells it's gonna make a ton of money, and whatever happens to the market, oh well. That's, you know what I'm saying? Which is pretty much how in a capitalist society and with the governments and the way and everything works. I just don't see it as that far-fetched, but I hope to God you're right.
Well, here's the thing. I'll give you an example. Did you know that they can stop trading?
Like, as far they can stop people from trading?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
They can literally stop you from selling and buying.
Absolutely.
Okay, so how is a bot going to disrupt that?
How is a bot going to disrupt them from stopping me buying, or how's it going to stop?
When there is a person who can physically stop a bot from trading, how's it going to disrupt that?
Can't do anything.
Well, who's to say they would stop it though? That's the thing. Like,
they have. They've stopped sell-offs on certain stocks and stopped buy-ups on certain stocks.
Yep.
They already have.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, they could definitely do that, but they could also not do that. You know what I mean? If you line the right person's pockets, anything could happen. Like, just look how the government does fucked up things all the time. Like,
but what you're talking about is the government versus the stock market. The stock market runs on what?
No, but even the stock market, because look at Bernie Madoff. Look at that whole fiasco that was going on under the
That's
SEC.
a bunch of people that gave them their money. That has nothing to do with the stock market.
It's just but the same people who would regulate what I'm talking about would be the same people who would regulate what he did.
What does the stock market run off of? Yeah, we're going to the second, Erica. Sorry. It runs off of integrity.
Runs off of
integrity.
Was it copper they stopped trading?
Yep. There's quite a few stocks actually this past year that were getting ready to sell off really hard. They completely just stopped trading on them because they were starting to get a panic sell off.
They took out that billionaire, didn't they, when they stopped copper?
Yep. And that can completely reverse price on a lot of stocks, and that's what I'm saying. Like the possibility, it's it's problematically and mathematically almost impossible due to all the stops that we have. We've been slowly but surely building the stock market in a way that it's fluid, right? It continuously has liquidity, and we've been building toward a situation where the market can't just go to zero.
Yeah. The stock market is the way it is because that's what the people in charge want it to be like. And they're not going to change it. It works pretty well the way they want it.
Yeah.
Built-in stop losses.
Like, but if even like the way crypto, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you guys are saying. It's gonna, but it takes time because the people in charge didn't want crypto to happen and Bitcoin to happen, and it happened. And you know what I mean? It
I
kind of.
mean, we could theorize that in both ways. Maybe they did.
It's hard to
But
speculate.
The point being is that this is thousands of years of modeling, right? For the stock market. The stock market went from paper trading to computers to, you know, what we're seeing now on charts. And this is modeling that's evolved, and all that would be is another evolution in our overall thought moving forward, right? I think just don't be fearful of evolution. Continue to do what you're doing. Continue to learn to trade. Continue to learn to look at charts. And when the market evolves, you evolve with it.
Right.
We went from spices to paper.
What's that?
We went from spices to paper.
Yeah,
They
but
used to trade spices
we're
and-
advancing like
Spices.
Yeah, like salt, pepper.
Oh, they used to trade. Yeah.
Look, us going from writing essays on paper to writing essays in Excel to sending emails through the internet to us getting flip phones to us getting non-flip phones now with, you know, pretty much a computer in our pocket. That's all called evolution.
Now storing data elsewhere.
But
Do
evolution right now is advancing exponentially. Like in the last 20 years, if you compare the last 20 years, with all of mankind, it's
leveling out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very much leveling out. We're actually peaking.
Yeah, we're stuck.
We're at a point in intelligence and advancement to where why do you think consumption is higher than production? Because we have less innovation. We've hit a ceiling.
Right. We don't have much to improve on except maybe AI and supercomputers. And that's
I
it.
disagree with that. Like, there's a lot like with the robots advancing right now and AI. I see maybe, and also a big thing is I don't think they give us everything as soon as it's made. I think there's a lot of stuff that they have that they just haven't given us yet. I think they hold back. I could be wrong.
I mean, AI is really
you
going
can't.
that
There's nothing.
fast.
There's really nothing else left. Like if you can try to imagine it with your most creative
No, there's a
imagination.
lot. If you look at everything Elon's doing with the chips in the brains and people moving stuff with their thought, like, you know what I mean? They put stuff in the brain.
That's been a thing. That's been a thing,
but it's
since the
it's
1990s.
advancing.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think with AI, they're only just trying to build capital, like to invest in it to push it forward. At the moment, it's really primitive.
They're trying to make it better.
They're trying to say, "Hey, look at it; it's awesome. Like invest in us. Look, it's already working, but it's really not working."
So
yeah,
AI first came about in the 1990s. It's been around for a long time. It's just an evolution of it. That's all it is.
They're just making it better and better.
Yeah.
To the point where
they feed you your ads.
To the point where it peaks, and same thing with semiconductors. They're starting to peak at their level, like the size of them,
and chips too, like chips, GPUs, all that stuff. Like it's all hitting points to where we can't advance anymore.
We can't make them any smaller.
No.
Yeah.
And we need to change the way we do it. We need to go from, like at the moment, we're using electricity to pass through the chips, and well, that's hit a ceiling. We can't make it any smaller, so now we're going to have to speed that up and use light. But we're not quite there.
The problem is
the wheel.
The biggest problem with chips right now, and this is why I'm not super bullish on chips. Yeah, no problem, Martin. This is why I'm not super bold on chips, is because chips as a whole is pretty much topped, right? Advancing any further in chips would exceed thermodynamics, which basically, they'll get too hot and there's no way to cool them down. And
exceeds gravity too.
Yeah, and exceed, yeah, exactly. But that's a whole nother conversation. But As far as heat transfer, there's no way to advance chips any further without, having them inside of a refrigerator or some kind of like cold storage. And I know some people will be like, well, they can water cool, they can do this and that. No. With the best chips right now are already water cooled and everything else, and they are still having issues.
Quantum computers are frozen.
Yeah, they literally have to use what's that ice called that you spray on them? The liquid ice or whatever. No,
Liquid nitrogen.
Liquid nitrogen. They have to use liquid nitrogen on quantum computers to keep them cool enough to be able to use them.
They have to be as close to absolute zero as possible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Technology is far beyond where we should be, and we've hit a ceiling as far as being able to advance anymore without finding ways to fix the thermodynamics of a lot of these things, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying. I know we went way off tangent, guys. I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
did, and I knew we would, but I kind of also wanted to touch on every kind of things. But yeah, I really wanted to hear what you had to say about that, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and
we just love your thoughts,
great.
20 years from now, when Will has a big YouTube channel, people can look back at this.
No, when Will has his own AI bot that he made billions off of and messed up the whole market.
Will's hedge fund.
I will continue the traditional way.
I hope
yeah.
so. I hope because it's something that I'm dedicated to learning, and it's a lifelong thing. And I hope but it's a legitimate concern of mine that I can, because I understand a lot of things you're saying, but I have to disagree with you guys saying that we're hitting a ceiling. I think there's still a lot of advance that's happening now. Like how long till we? I know you said that the brain chips all old and stuff like that, but how long? That's still like every advance is a leap forward. You know what I mean? And how long till we're like doing stuff with our head? Like we just. You know what I'm saying? Like we're just doing things by thinking about it.
I think it's just speculation at the end of the day.
Everything you see in movies happens. You know what I'm saying? Like pretty much, I heard someone say that everything you see in the movies is what they've thought about in real life, and it's going to come in. You know what I'm saying?
It takes a lot of energy.
Back to the future.
Stuff now, a lot
In
of the
that
stuff
case,
we're doing right
brace
now.
yourself for aliens, man.
Who knows? But I'm just talking about technology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything that we're doing right now is stuff that in the 80s was like we made movies about it. We're kind of passive. If you look at old 80s movies and stuff like that, the stuff that their technology that was like to them that was gonna happen like in like 1,000 years, it's old shit to us now. You know what I mean? Like if you really look at the old stuff in the 80s, which was not that long ago, the stuff that they had as futuristic stuff, like way in the future, we're doing it now. It's old stuff to us. You know what I mean?
Norm.
So I don't know.
Like,
listen, I get
Maybe
what you're saying, and I believe in some of the stuff that you believe. I mean, that you think. Like there's a big documentary when it comes to that. It's called Above Majestic. I highly recommend it.
What's it called? Sorry, what's it again?
Above Majestic.
Above Majestic.
Yep.
Okay, I'll check that out.
And it shows that there's a big potential that we have been visited from intelligent beings from way back, and even the Nazis and all that, and there's documentaries about it, and then there's pictures, and it's conspiracy theory, but it's something that you got to think about. It's like, well, it's a possibility.
That is there's a million possibilities out in the world.
You guys been watching too much Joe Rogan, man.
As far as technology and like stock market, I don't see it being very fast. I don't see it being. Sorry,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Unless it becomes a thing and it affects markets, obviously it wouldn't matter really.
27K. How much of our brain do we use?
Apparently only 10%.
Not even 10%, man.
Right.
So if I told you that was a myth, would you believe me?
I could, I don't know.
I'll put it in the room of possibilities.
That could be true. You know what I'm saying? Like there could be a scientist that comes out tomorrow and says, we actually use 99% of your brain, and I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I guess.
From all theoretical data that I've been able to find from scientists, we use 100% of our brain. And a
I
lot
see,
of
I believe
people,
it. What-
there is a myth. It's actually considered. You can look it up. It's called the myth of 10. It's basically where this craze went around the internet that we only use 10% of our brain, and I think about 65% of the population actually believes that. So
Well, you
when
can't
you
remove 50% of your brain and function.
yes, correct. You got motor, you got thinking, you got a lot of different portions of your brain. You use your whole brain.
But see, that's the thing. We're gonna believe whatever. Like we don't know. Like for how many years did people think milk was good for them?
That's
You know
what
what I'm saying?
scientists are for, right? Just like we got biologists, scientists, so on and so forth. They're the ones who
They
study
all
that
they
and
all
identify
they all
that.
get bought.
I think
Like they were pushing like
I think
I don't believe a cow's milk is good for you. I don't think that makes sense. But for years, that's what the world thought, that hey, milk is good for calcium and this and that, and that was the whole world. We
Well,
all believe what we're told. You know what I mean? And how do we know the molecular, of what milk does when it goes inside your body? Who knows? We're just gonna believe you know what I'm saying? What we're told
Yeah.
for the most part.
Yeah, I wanted to throw that out there, more of a thought, right?
Right.
Food for thought. So just keep that in mind, right? We
Mhm.
hear a lot of things, we see a lot of things, but the reality of what we actually do or where we are sometimes is much simpler than we think. So I know this has gotten way off,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Way
That's
off
what I
subject.
hear, man. I knew it
So
would,
I
but
want to
it's
get back
real,
to
man.
markets,
It's real.
right? I want to get back to markets.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not here to dispute real or not real.
No,
I'm
I'm just saying it's deep,
But
but maybe like you're saying it's not that deep, and I hope that's the
yeah.
case, and I trust your opinion. So
I think
that's why I wanted to, you know
I
what
think
I
I
mean?
want to. I just want to say one more thing real quick. I mean, they probably said the same thing about the internet and all the other things that came along, and nothing really happened.
Yep. I agree. I remember.
I
Old
mean,
enough to remember
Like
that.
Google, like this was going to be revolutionary. Probably Google. They thought the same thing with Google as they do now with AI.
it was
All
revolutionary.
right,
Google,
we're getting back on
yeah,
the
yeah.
AI
I
subject.
don't want to, yeah.
All right, let's.
But I'm just throwing that out there, like as a conclusion. Like we don't have to add
Right.
on.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well, listen, I hope you're
look,
right, and I really wanted to hear what you had to say about it.
I'll tell you this: AI exists, right? Just like trading bots exist, algorithms exist. I believe all that. We use 100% of our brains, and I personally think that the AI discussion is a distraction from the bigger picture of what we need to be looking to invest in. And I don't mean that by the conversation. I mean that by what we're hearing everywhere circulating on the AI narrative, right? Again, if we were focused on AI, would we be chasing a pump, or would we be ahead of a pump?
We'd be chasing the pump.
We would be chasing a pump because all AI things have already pumped.
Right.
AI
We got to be ahead.
narrative,
You're talking about AI stocks.
AI narrative, right?
Oh,
I can go across the board all day on AI narratives. They're all at peak highs. So again, I think that looking at things that are not relevant to the market is just a distraction for you at the end of the day. It's just like when the government comes along and they're like, hey, fight with that person because you guys are not alike. That's a distraction, right? Pay attention to the money. Pay attention to what they're looking at. Pay attention to what the government's invested in. Pay attention to policy. Pay attention to the economy. At the end of the day, always keep money in mind, right? That's where your mind always has to be. And I know that sounds horrible. It's like, man, all this dude does is think about money. Yeah, I want to live a better life. I want everybody to live a better life.
Dude,
That's
I'm
why,
right there
that's why
with
we had
you.
this discussion.
I'm right there with you, and that's why the thought came up. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was.
No, I get that. I'm definitively telling you that all it is a distraction, right? And I show you this because of the charts, right? This pump is from AI. Are you going to go buy NVIDIA tomorrow?
Well, no, I'm waiting for everything to go down. Like I've been waiting for the
All
last
right.
little while,
So
man.
let's go to the next one. This pump is because of AI. Are you going to go buy Facebook tomorrow?
Nope.
Okay. So why does AI matter?
Yep.
Well,
That's
it's because it's advancing still. And if I have to give that an answer, it's because it's
Okay,
still,
tell me what sector is unaffected by the AI narrative that's gonna pump off of this AI discussion.
I mean, anything tech, really. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have the answers. This
No,
is
no,
just
I know.
I
I'm
don't know.
just
You can throw these at me, and I can't tell you. I'm not hearing
here's
like I have some
no,
big
no.
thesis.
I'm not trying to put you on Front Street. What I'm trying to do is
Right.
I'm trying to get you to think, right? AI, I can keep going. I can find other things. Look, Tesla has some AI conversation too, right? With the whole
We
self-driving.
we need energy to fuel the AI.
Yeah, the point being is that AI it's already moved. That narrative is already gone. It's at the end of the day, think of everything you hear as a narrative, right?
It's a distraction.
We're not looking to figure out the future of the world. We're looking to follow the money because the money will tell us the future. The money will tell us what is going to be next.
Yeah. It's
not
that
us.
It's that philosophy. Always follow the money.
Not the conversation. The money will tell us what will be the next thing on stage, what will be the focus moving forward.
Yeah.
And if that money goes to AI, we will know before it moves to AI, right? And it's all about what part of AI, right? Will it be the development of AI? Will it be medical? Will it be self-driving? Like, what kind of AI are we talking here? Because when you say AI, it's very broad in conversation. And that's the point I'm trying to get to, right? Is like there's so many things you could say AI about. And I feel like I hear it everywhere. I hear it all over Twitter. I hear it from people walking down the street that I don't even know.
And I think if I want to add something, I think no offense to anyone who talks about it, but they are the sheep when they talk about it to me.
Yeah. So and again, it's not at all a nod at you for your thoughts, right? It's always good to think outside the box. But what I'm telling you is to really think outside the box, right? Am I being fed something or should I continue to follow the money? Always follow the money. Never follow the narratives. I'm telling you this from experience, 100%. Okay. I used to follow the narratives. It's a bad way to invest. It's a really bad way because if I'm following narratives right now, I'm buying Facebook, I'm buying Nvidia at their highs. I'm buying Tesla because people are telling me Tesla's going to go to $15,000 or some stupid number that they just make up in their head.
Yeah. Bitcoin to 1 million. Yeah.
That is the point at the end of the day, right? It's to stay focused on the chart, stay focused on the money. Money flow it's been here. It's been capital. It's been moving. Look right here. First Solar up only, right? A little bit of pullback up only since COVID. You come over to Ulta Beauty. What do you got? Does Ulta Beauty, tell me this, does Ulta Beauty have AI? Anybody?
Yes. Maybe.
Yeah. no. Ulta Beauty has
Maybe
AI
they
in the makeup. Yeah, there's makeup.
So
AI.
so
but
Ulta,
they could utilize it somehow, some way.
but does Ulta Beauty have AI right now?
No.
What do they sell?
Makeup.
They sell makeup. What has it been for Ulta Beauty? Pretty much since inception. A cash cow, an up only market. Do you see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with the conversation?
Yeah, because I don't think if you're still speaking to what I said, that's not all I'm saying is, what if everything you're saying is right, but all I'm saying, because I'm not even, I have no big thing with AI. It's not even something that, all I'm saying is whatever you say, whatever Will says, which is all right stuff, how far off is someone making a computer of Will's thoughts and actions, and that becomes, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but that bot would have to have common sense, and 99% of the market doesn't have common sense.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can't.
I mean, even a bot that's chasing this price has no common sense.
Yeah, and I guess you can also say there's no technology, there's nothing you can create that can replace the human consciousness.
Right, but I mean, it's still, and I don't want to harp on this, but
Yeah,
it's
no
and
more,
anything,
please.
and I'm not even like I was happy with you know, your response in the beginning, but if you're still speaking to what I said, I don't have a big thing about AI. Like I don't think about it all the time. I know there's all these things outside of AI. It's not that important, but it's just a thought that I had that it's
Yeah.
I think it's legitimate.
No,
But
and I'm again not trying to poke at your legitimacy of your argument. I'm trying to get you to think
I
bigger.
think that it's the no doubt. And I appreciate that. And it's not even a big thing like I'm defending it or what. I don't if you think that's way, then that's
No,
good.
no.
It's
Look,
not my
look.
stance. It's not like I'm like,
Look,
no, that's
we're
how it's gonna be.
we're
I believe you.
listen.
When you say
we're-
things, I trust you. And I think it's not like I'm defending AI
Yeah.
or nothing. I don't really care about AI. It's not it didn't even have to go that
we
deep. I'm
we
saying,
are good. We are good.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
we're good. That I would say continue to learn, continue to grow, keep looking at
Absolutely.
charts.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So again, cash cows, that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for the cash cows. Well, these cash cows have already moved. Again, I think TTE looks good. I think Exxon looks good, right? From this perspective, I don't want to see it break below here. If it breaks below here, you know, that could be a pretty hefty downfall. But so far so good, right? We got a higher move. We're creating higher highs. We created a lower low. So we could call this a megaphone pattern, right? We could call it that, which is basically a broadening pattern. But the reality is here, I want to see if it got above here, Super Bowl. This thing's ready to take off. Exxon is I think this is a solid pick, guys. Like I'm just being 100% with you. I do own some of this, and I plan on probably getting some more, even at current price ranges. A megaphone pattern though can break down, right? You got moves like this with a megaphone, which means it could do another one of these. But does anybody see the market having a conniption fit to bring markets down to this far right now? I just don't see it. I don't see the reasoning behind it. I don't see the reason for the market to come back down and form another one. So, and in a recessionary environment, energy thrives.
Exactly. There's no liquidity anymore.
Yeah, energy thrives in a recessionary environment. So, like, even though I think energy will roll over, I think it will. It's a booming market in a recessionary environment. Again, it's just because it goes back to defensives, right? Striker looks amazing. It's been doing really freaking well, and now I'm scared that this thing's just gone, right? And I put up this fib last time we talked about it, and I said, "Hey, we break above here, this thing's gonna go," and it's just been up only. Like, look, and I got it targeted around 342. That's a massive move, and it's going for it. Look at it; it's literally going for it. So it hits up here. I'm gonna be freaking amazed that this played out. I already had all this kind of put together from last time we talked about it, but man, this thing looks really freaking good for a long position. Worst case scenario, this thing pulls back before it goes, right? And what that would look like is a move like this. You got your down to your up, into your pullback to support, into your move to your breakout, right? And then we get a consolidation high, and then a move out again. So this is looking really good as far as the stock goes. I think its lows are already in for Striker. So again, and that's because this is a defensive, right? And defensives do really well in these type of environments. I hope at some point Elf Beauty, you know, maybe they have a couple of their businesses or whatever get blown up or something. But this thing just nonstop. Like I don't know what's going on here, but like I would like to short this, but I'm scared to short it where it sits at right now. I'm just gonna be real. I'm not willing to jump ahead of that. I want to see that nice round top because I think this thing will be a very profitable short at some point. I don't know why. And this is just me talking out loud. I have no clue why all these beauty places are blowing up. I'm so confused.
I'll say social media.
I don't know, man. Like, it's not enough to push prices like this. Like, this is the stock price. It's not like people are buying the product. I mean, people are buying the product, but like the stocks, like people are so bulled up on these. I'll tell you this though, like this area right here looks really good. Like I like it. It's clean. It seems like a consolidation And really, I'd like to see a big pullback before like a bigger move, right? And I don't mean like it's gonna just take off. Like it'll be something like Tesla, right? Tesla did something similar over here. And look at it. Tell me that Tesla does not look exactly like what I just drew out. Look over here. You got the move up. You got the see how they keep forming higher lows. You got the consolidation, higher low moves, right? And then you just get that breakout and that boom. And that's really what this is looking like here with Alta. It looks like it's the consolidation before the bigger boom of the industry, right? And it could, I'm not saying it's gonna be worth $12,000, guys. Like I'm just kind of throwing out how that would look. But like this looks like a booming industry. Like Elf and Alta together, like they are really leading the way, in my opinion, on on what I can't deny. Like I got to start educating myself on beauty. I'm gonna be real. Like I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here, but I want to know why.
So this is like a new thing you haven't dived into before.
Yeah, it's not really been an interest. I pulled it up one day and I was just like, what's going on here?
Is it literally a transition?
It could
Guess.
be.
Just a bad joke.
Like I don't understand the strength in these. Like it's insane.
I have a guess because I think like if you see like where it was bottoming was like right when the pandemic was happening. So I think like people were at home, or women mostly were at home. We didn't have anything to do because we were on lockdown.
Yeah.
And we were watching, and like the other guy said, it was kind of social media plus we didn't have time. Also, during the pandemic, we weren't taking care of ourselves. So once it was time to get back to work, we had to like fix our face and get all this skin regimens
Playing
and all
catch
this
up.
kind of stuff. Yeah, we had to catch up.
And with
Yeah,
the thing with DoorDash and Grubhub, you can order from Walgreens makeup stuff. You can order, makeup stuff with those apps.
Yeah, I mean, but what this is with this stock is this is saying Ulta Beauty as a business is doing well.
They might sell products
And-
at Walgreens and other places. I don't know, maybe.
Elf, same thing. I've never even heard of Elf until the other day when Jaguar brought it up. But yeah, this look
Yeah.
good. This is another one too I'm watching. So this is Arc Resources. So this one looks really, really good. And I'll tell you why. Because it had this long consolidation period, big pullback, big takeoff into a new consolidation, right? So when you get a consolidation range after a big blow up, it shows strength on support, right? So you can see here, I kind of drew out like how I anticipate the move to play out. And then I expect the move to be a continuation move, right? So this is your atypical strength move. It's a pop out into a consolidation into a continuation. And the reason I think that is because we have a few factors here, right? We have one, the big drop. This is an overcapitulation event. Look at the drop here, massive candles to the downside. And this is on the monthly, right? This looks like a horribly screwed up stock. And then you've got a move that brought price above the previous resistance, right? And now you're fluttering above that. You can even deviate here, right? And still be validated. Now, what do I mean by deviate? You can price range here and then at some point come back and revisit this support / resistance and still be validated for a breakout in that move. This is what we would call a deviation. So a deviation is typically where the pattern changes to entice more selling so that the person or the market maker can do more buying, right? This is how bots trade. They trade off of momentum. So this momentum move is the break up, and you can see here they formed an M, right? So it would make sense they bring it down and then reverse it back up. Does that make sense to everybody?
It's just like a fake out.
It's a fake out. That's exactly what a deviation is. Just like when you get a deviation high, you should expect that deviation high means you're probably going to break down. You want the deviation low to confirm the continuation to the upside.
So how would you play that? Like if you've seen that, you would think that it's gonna go down. What would you wait to confirm to see that that's a
So if they came down to here, I buy.
even
Flat
if
out.
you knew
Doesn't matter. Flat
right,
out.
right.
Because here's the thing. If they break that, what do they got to do from here? If they break this support, what do they got to do from here?
Got to retest again.
They got to retest before they break down. So what does that give me?
Chance to get out.
A chance to get out. That's what patience does. The worried investor is going to sell the second it breaks. And where are they going to sell? They're probably going to sell here versus getting out basically almost at break even on the retest. So again, you got to get in that mindset where you're willing to step in front of the trade. Okay? You got to be willing to step in front of the trade. If you're not willing to step in front of this trade, trading is probably just not for you, right? And what does that mean? That means you're probably better off just finding things and investing in them. But if you're willing to step in front of the trade, this is a trade I'd step in front of. This one looks good, right? It looks like a long position. It looks like a high consolidation. Looks like it's going to deviate. They'll probably get that deviation and then that breakout. And I'm going to come back to this in a couple months because this is on the monthly. And we're going to view this and see where it's sitting at. And if what I've drawn out here played out or not. So I'll keep that one up. First Solar, I want to say they're starting to roll here. Like they look good. Big upside, got a nice white candle right there. I want to say they're starting to roll, but I'm not going to step in front of it just yet. I'm going to let
Sorry,
them
Will,
kind of
what do
play
they
the
do?
range.
Are they a manufacturer or are they an installer? Like, what do you know much more about them?
As far as the company,
Yeah, like what they actually do. Do they build panels? They develop panels. Do you know what they actually do?
well, I mean, most of them build panels. It's just whether or not they install them.
Yeah.
Looks like American manufacturer solar panels provided. A lot of these, I just look at them on price, just so everybody knows. Provider of utility scale PV power plants and supporting services. And I look at sectors and I look at price typically. I don't look too much into the company.
Yeah, that's a fair call. I'll stop looking.
Construction, yeah, it takes too much of your time, man. You can't view as many stocks if you're constantly looking at the backgrounds of these things. And then it can also throw you off because the price could be telling you it looks bullish, but maybe news that you're reading can tell you it's bearish.
Yeah, 100%. Too much noise.
It's too much noise, exactly. So it looks like they do maintenance and end up life panel recycling. So these guys are installers, creators, and they maintain all solar panels that are installed. That's a three-way business model, by the way, for those you don't know.
Colors getting on.
Yeah.
Maintenance is a big one, right? That's a revolving door of revenue. Whereas like the sale and the install are your base cost, right? So you got a base cost with a residual.
And they're no bigger than
revolving
an Alpop
revenue.
spot. And they're so expensive.
$7 each or something.
With a residual revolving revenue business model. So this is a really good business model. I've seen this plenty of times. That's the most ideal one, I would say. I already talked about Starbucks. Let's see. Let's go with this other one real quick. This is COP. So this is ConocoPhillips, another energy play. Big breakout, by the way. So I want you guys to understand the move here on a bigger time frame because a lot of people are probably looking up here like, man, that thing's like crap. They had the deviation low, right, into the breakout, and that's what got them above resistance here, right? And then they came back down, back up, back down, back up. What is this called? What is this pattern called?
Bear flag?
Nope.
It's not head and shoulders.
Hold on. I'll show you a bear flag. Bear flag goes like this. What is this?
Bull flag. Bull flag.
Bull flag. Exactly. So that's a bull flag pattern. What happened with the bull flag pattern?
Broke out.
Broke out, right? So you got the breakout finally. You tested, went up, came back, tested again, finally broke out. Now anticipation here for the bull flag. Price will either range and continue to build long off of this, or it will come back and it will retest the flag before what?
Take
Before-
off.
Before continuation. So usually after a big consolidation bull flag, you are looking for massive upside on something like this. This is a big, very big consolidation pattern. Look how many years they sat here. You are looking at the next era of legs for this company. In my perspective. And that's why like I'm watching this one like a hawk. I have a little bit of position here, but I want more because this looks like it almost looks like, look, we're going to hit a big crash. I can almost bet you that, right? But this thing is making me very hopeful that we're at a bottom move for an entire market. Remember the 10-year cycle we just had? Well, these consolidation patterns are telling me that these things are looking like they're going to boom. So if energy is going to boom, what is that usually decisive of? What causes energy to boom?
Recession.
That's one thing. What's another thing that causes energy to boom?
War.
Population.
War. What else?
Inflation.
Inflation is just I would say it's a reaction to inflation, but we're not in an inflationary environment right now.
Capitulation.
I would say production. Right? If we start producing, our production goes up, our consumption goes down. So it means that for the next decade, maybe we become a producing country versus a consumption country. And maybe the whole trend switches. Do you see what I'm saying?
But doesn't that contradict the recession thing?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't contradict it at all, because when you're in a recession, you're working way out of it. You're producing,
Right.
right? You're producing your way out of a recession, essentially. It's
Yeah.
just it's a different side to the market.
It's like World War II recession.
Yeah, it's
When
still
we-
profitable. It's still profitable to invest. Again, it's all about investing in the right sectors, right? It's not about hyping up risk. It's about taking risk, but also taking defensives with risk. It's about portfolio balancing in a way that is defensive. You can have offensive plays, you can have risk plays, but you need to be more defensive than offensive in a QT environment. And really, the way these things are setting up, it's looking really good for energy. Like I'm really liking these moves. Like this is a, let me see, over here since 08. This is over a decade of consolidation for the stock into a breakout. This is a big move, right? I don't expect this to stop here. I expect this to be you get price, it moves a direction, consolidates, then moves a direction, consolidates, then moves a direction. Does everybody see how that's working?
Yep.
That means that you got amazing growth for the coming years based on the way this chart looks. And everybody's chasing things that have been up only. What has this been doing since everything else has been up only?
Consolidating.
Consolidating, right? It's been consolidating while what has Tesla been doing?
Pumping.
Up only, right? So while these stocks like Tesla, for instance, I'm going to show you how these will coincide. Boom. Have been up only. While these do this, you're going to see the other stock that I just showed you do that. Do you see where I'm going with the conversation?
Yeah, man.
And that's called portfolio balancing. That means I have some of this, but I'm heavier weighted in the thing that I think is going to break out more.
Is this also like asset rotation? Well,
Yes, it's asset rotation. It's a defensive portfolio versus an offensive one. And it's a similar thing here with TRP, right? Look at TRP. What did it do here? Bull flag rotation, right? Bull flag consolidation, breakout, break up, expecting a breakdown, the length of the breakout into what? Continuation. That's how this is going to play out. Now, if you have a longer dated mindset, a lot of these are going to be great plays. And that would be your breakdown. And that would coincide with your support from back here. That's the move for this one. This one right here. What is this? What shape is this?
Bull flag.
Pennant or whatever.
It's a pivot, right? Which direction is the pivot coming from?
I mean, up into the pennant.
Going up into the pennant. How does an up into the pennant usually play out?
The exit's out, up, upper.
Exit as a continuation pattern. Huh, look at that. More energy plays. Does everybody see where I'm going with the conversation? How many energy plays have I showed you so far that all look like the same setup? I mean, they're different setups, but they're all continuation moves from
Like
major
10.
breakout positions.
Like 5 or
They've
10,
all
yeah.
been consolidated.
And these companies have nothing to do with each other, by the way. First Solar. These guys are renewables. These are gas stations, right? They're just energy sector.
Yeah. And the way the news is, like they said, the Middle East is lowering their production. It's all falling into place.
Well, I think too many people are focused on US oil, which can fall, but energy and energy uptick will increase if we get into a production type economy, right? We've been in a decade-long consumption economy. That means everyone's consuming. Now the tides may flip and we may move into a production type economy, in which case we produce overconsumption. And when you produce overconsumption, what do you need to make 100,000 cans of soup?
Production.
It's
Energy.
production. You need energy. You need electric to run the machines. You need electric to run the mixers. Everything runs on energy. And if we're going to go into a productionary type of economy, energy will thrive on all ends, solar, wind, gas, everything. And if we looked at something like nat gas, for instance, let's look at that. I think that's a great example.
Yep.
Do you want to give DOU 3CNA?
All right, let's go to nat gas. Boy, you think they can go any deeper?
Yeah.
I
That's
don't.
Recorded. You still haven't recorded it. Oh, you stretched it out there. All right.
I don't think it can go any deeper. I think this is going to reverse from here. So if we come over here, where are we sitting at?
Okay. 281 wait.
What is this called? You consolidated and then you what here? Deviated. And then what happened after the deviation? Big boom,
Boom.
come back, retest deviation. Breakout. Where does gas thrive the best? What part of the year?
Winter.
Winner.
Winter, right? Because nat gas is heating gas. So heating gas does really well in the winter. So we're starting the bottom here. What do you think happens as we move towards winter?
We advance.
It starts ticking back up. Seasonalities are a thing. Now, it doesn't mean it can't consolidate there. I do want to point that out, right? But it starts taking back up. The only one that I'm really bearish on right now, and I'm showing you guys this because I want you to know I don't have a bias, is this one, VLO. Does VLO remind anybody of anything? Anything
Luna.
after the start? Oh, go ahead. What was it?
Apple.
Luna.
Oh, Luna. Anybody remember this pattern with Luna?
It looks like a dragon about to breathe fire.
Remember what happened when Luna reached its peak up here?
It burned itself to death.
It came down, played, broke through just a little bit, retest, and then what did it do right after that?
Fall off the cliff.
Tank.
Now, why did that happen? What kind of pattern is this?
That is a bearish divergence.
But what kind of pattern?
Ascending wedge.
Ascending wedge. Which direction does that ascending wedge go? Typically to the downside, right? So this thing looks really dangerous and it's at peak highs.
But
so this
isn't
thing
this
could
kind of what Apple's doing?
no, Apple's a little bit in a different situation, but this right here, like, man, I am really tempted to put some really elongated put options on this. Even where it sits now. Really tempted. This is one of the most infamous. This is how I caught the top of Luna. This is one of the most infamous patterns you'll ever see. You do not want to see a market that is capped and supported in the same zones for multiple years.
Just a question, Will. Sorry, it's a little bit off the topic, but on the topic. Would there be a possibility of doing a Q&A on just options, how to set up options, and just a little bit of how to?
Yeah, we could run through it. Maybe run through TD Ameritrade and set some stuff up.
Yeah, that'd be just amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's all I had. Yeah, thanks.
No worries. What I'm watching here is this one. So what do we see right there in those two ranges?
Accumulation.
What is this?
Consolidation.
Consolidation. After what?
Pump.
After an uptrend, right?
Uptrend.
So we got a solid uptrend into a consolidation, hopefully continuation. The only reason I question this continuation is why. Tell me on the chart if you can see why you would question this continuation.
Resistance.
Nope.
Double top.
It's pretty big.
Did a double top?
Nope.
Oh, the gap.
Yes. That is a monthly gap.
A big gap.
A monthly gap.
You usually don't see them like that.
This is the most rarest thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever
crazy.
seen something this big on the monthly.
Crazy.
This oh man, it looks bad. Like you want to take the continuation play, but you are expecting this thing to just come back and fill that whole gap. Yeah.
It's like 99%. It's what's the percentage that they fill the gaps? Got to be up there, yeah.
It's
99.
extremely high. It's typically I usually weight them at 80-20. So
Right.
20% they'll leave it behind, 80% they'll come out to fill it. And something this big on this high time frame, it's screaming at my face. Like I want to long it, but I want to short it. And because I can't make a decision, I don't want to trade it. And that's how you have to be with the market. Right? To me, this is a 50-50 because I've got validations and I've got invalidation. Validation says price moves from the lows, consolidates the highs, continuation pattern to the highs. Validation says gap left behind, higher the time frame, the more valid the gap. Take the short position for the item or the asset. So I can't make a decisive decision on this one. I just can't. It's a 50-50 for me either way.
So the first thing you said, if it breaks resistance, if it breaks resistance, what would that tell you?
If it broke resistance up here,
Yeah.
it would do it in such an immense way that it could be one of two things. It could be a true breakout or it could be a deviation.
Right.
Right.
How would you know? Like, what would be a confirmation?
I would
that you
prefer a deviation to the low and a break back into. Right. And you could take it on the break back into. And then on the break back into, it'll more than likely build up. If I get a deviation high and a move back down into, I'm expecting this thing to continue down.
Right.
And fill this gap. And this is just how the market's been. It's been one of those markets where they love playing deviations to trick people in. And I showed you that on Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin was a great one to show that on. Where they basically they're deviating the high end of the move of the channel, knowing that they need to come back to catch support. HAL, I'm bearish on this one. Why am I bearish on it?
Because it hit that trend line.
Has it broken the trend line?
And it was a retest too.
Yeah. You got multiple tests and no break. You do have a deviation, no break. What else do you have? What's that?
M.
The information, right? That's an M. So if the M plays, it needs to go lower than the middle, potentially at least to where it started, right? And that can be, it can consolidate and build off of here. And then what would that be? That would be your uptrend, right? Now, if it broke the trend, what's it going to do? It's going to continue working its way down. And where is it going to go? It's going to go to the previous lows that it's already seen. Isn't it funny how all these have this angled low, including Bitcoin? Pretty funny, right? Isn't it funny that Bitcoin's in a similar pattern right now, building to the high? Not even related to each other, but very visible. But what do you see on the higher time frame here? If it on this whole area, what do you see right here? Right here. What do you see?
Consolidation.
Consolidation. What kind of pattern?
Was that head and shoulders before that dip?
Nope.
Oh, it's,
Got a pattern.
full flag.
Bull flag. Bull flag continuation pattern. Why is it a continuation? Coming from the lows. How is energy? You guys see how I just broke that out like 10 different ways?
Mm-hmm.
I showed you the zoomed in scenario, and then I showed you the zoomed out scenario. That's how you guys have to be charged.
A lot of the charts that you look at, or any chart, there's a lot of things. It could be a number of different things. That's the trick usually, is trying to figure out which one's playing out.
It could be, but I view it like this. If this breaks down, where do I buy?
Resistance.
I buy support and support. Why would I buy support here?
Support.
Because we've already tested, came up again, and I would buy here because there's good potential. If it's going to be a higher low, it's going to occur here in the middle. So if I'm bullish and we're in a bull flag and we've already tested the low twice, then I'll probably take the move like that as opposed to what? As opposed to a lower low. I'm still getting an optimal entry, right? And I'm still getting a nice pullback. But that's how I would take the move over this. And the other reason that supports that is my thesis on energy right now. Energy is looking really good to me. Synovus, I think, looks really good. We got a long trend resistance, and what's going on with price here? It's starting to flutter atop of it, right? Where's the stochastic? Stochastic saying oversold. RSI is coming back to where? The 50. As long as you remain above the 50, what are you?
Bullish.
You're bullish. Exactly. So I'm taking this as bullish. I'm trading the play. And if I were to take it as far as this, people could say we've been invalidated, but I look at it as more consolidation, right? It's basically just price moving in a range and consolidating. And it's an uptrend into a consolidation, into a continuation. Oxy, bullish or bearish? Anybody?
Bearish.
Bearish, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 times we try to break out. What have we done? Falling back each time.
Downside.
Yep. So it'll be one of two things. It'll be the 50% mark. As we can see right here, or it'll be the lows again on the uptrend, right? So, but for now, you got to play downside. This is not up. It's not up. Lower highs all the way across the board. And this low right here is still a higher low, right, to previous markets. So you got to play this to the downside for now. It does not look bullish. DGI, Dow Jones, kind of a confusing one. I won't lie. Kind of a confusing one. We got a solid top here. Some people will say, oh, it was invalidated once it broke through here. And it's more like we just created a new top. Price does not want to validate above here. It just keeps getting squeezed. The problem is that they're also finding support here. So it could become a consolidation area, or this thing could turn into a megaphone to the downside, right? And that will be bad. But I would expect that they're going to come down again. They're going to hit the lows, and that will be the bottom of it. There has been times and periods where the Dow Jones has penetrated this green, which are 200, right? Has penetrated it and went below it. What was the time that happened? Well, that happened in 08, 09. If we look over here in 2000, 2002, what happened to Dow Jones? Where did it stop at? Stopped at the orange, right? So expectations are they'll at least try to push price to here if this megaphone plays out. Euro, USD, what are we seeing here? What's that pattern?
Another bull flag.
Another bull flag after a what? Solid uptrend into a bull flag into a breakout. I think the euro is about to outpace the dollar. How long? I don't know. We'll see. We've got a lot of good support here. That's where I'd say the low is for the euro. Comes back at retest here, 2, and then starts working its way back up. Other scenario is I'm wrong, and this is a consolidation area. That's our high. That's our low. It's still bullish, right? Because you came from the low. This is your deviation. This is your consolidation. This is your continuation, right? Both of those are kind of what I'm viewing for the euro. Everybody keeps talking shit about the euro. And I think that this is a major buy into the euro. I don't know what exactly is driving the euro to be stronger than the dollar, but it seems like it's gaining a lot of strength. Look at the euro previously to the dollar, right? Barely any price movement, little bit of pump. But this is the biggest gain the euro has seen against the dollar since it's been charted over here at 13. Look at it. Tell me you see anywheres on here where it's had bigger gains. So I'm paying attention, right? I'm paying attention to the euro versus the dollar. Due to that, I need to really keep an eye on this one. Because if the euro is going to be stronger than the dollar, what does that mean about Europe? Anybody?
Their economy is going to be stronger over there.
Their economy is going to be stronger. So what does that mean about my investments?
They're going to be good.
I need to have exposure to Europe. That's what that would be. Again, this is just how you have to view currencies to understand economies, to understand where your money will thrive the best. This is why you don't chase bullshit, guys. Like I'm teaching you like real money information, right? Like I'm teaching you how to read these markets correctly. So many people tell you to chase American stocks. So many people tell you to chase Nvidia, Facebook, and all stuff like that. I'm telling you, there is money flowing everywhere in the world. It's all investable. You just got to find out where the money is. All right, man, I went way over time too. Crypto total market cap.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. That's kind of where we're at right now. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Will.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I owe you guys anyways. I missed the other week, so.
No, we appreciate it, Will. We all appreciate it. That seems to be the vibe in the Discord. We all just appreciate, all your time.
Yeah, thanks for sticking it out. I know it's tough because I've just been kind of silent lately. I've just been really busy. So
You've got to look out for number one, before you can look out for anyone else. So
yeah,
Great episode.
I mean,
appreciate it.
We're all number one in my eyes, but yeah.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah,
that
so
halo again.
oil, right? I'm still viewing this like this is a very bullish candle. I can't wrap my head around the rejection here. It's got a double top rejection. But I'm thinking support probably sits around 75. And there's just such a big buy up here that I can't see them just running this back down, right? It's got to continue. Now, where's that continuation? Well, I think it's going to be a stair step. They've worked their way here. They come back to the 75, work their way up, probably reject again here, right? Back at the highs. So up, down, up, down, up, right? And then all we have for resistance here is all the way up here, in which case it would be a continuation. Oh, didn't mean to move that. It would be a continuation here, and then probably a pull back here, and then a move back up. Now, I was thinking like a C wave to 146. And I know this is extreme because we're not even close to these levels yet. So this is just theory right now. But the reason I'm expecting this is because I'm expecting a deviation high above our current high. I'm expecting them to deviate up, get people bulled up on oil, and then take it away. See? Like I'm bullish on oil, but it's not permanent, right? I think oil crashes with the market. It's just like I think oil's up for now for maybe the next year or two, and energy, and then everything comes down together. And this is also kind of validated through the inversion of the 2 and the 10. I think those are kind of showing that scenario too. And basically your B wave, which is our low here, comes down. And where did I have our B? Our B was up here. B's here. This B's here. So our B here would validate under our previous B, right? So you'd have your A, B, C wave to the upside. Then you have your A that breaks your B, right? That breaks structure. This is your breaking structure right here. Then you have your retest of structure on your B. And then you have your C wave, and your C wave follows the entire bottom of oil. Does anybody notice here how oil tests, and then everybody's so lasered focused on this? If you come in here and you change this to a line chart, do you see that? Is that wick there anymore? No. Why is it not there? Anybody? Anybody know why it's not there?
So it's no, not
What, a wick is not there?
Yeah.
Is it basically because on the line chart that's like the agreed upon price?
The agreed upon price on line charts. So line charts only read bodies. They don't read wicks. So if you're trying to filter out noise, what's the better chart to look at here?
The line chart?
The line chart. If you want to find true tops, true bottoms, where price was agreed between both buyers and sellers, use the line chart. Boom. All the noise is back. Come over here to Hikinashi. It's another good one too. But you can see by the Hikinashi standards, we're rounding out really nicely, right? What color is that on the Hikinashi? What color is that?
Red, orange,
That candle, what color is it?
Green.
green.
Right? Isn't this candle dropping in price?
Supposedly.
It is. This is a sell-off. Why is the candle green?
The fake move.
Because the Hikinashi is reading favor of momentum to the upside. That's why. When will you get confirmation on that candle?
On the next candle?
No, when it hits.
How soon? It's on the right side of my screen. How soon?
At the end of the month.
The end of the month. How many days is that? 5 days and 20 hours. If we close here and Heikinashi confirms this candle green, even though it's red, what do you think is going to happen to momentum here?
Oil's going up in price.
Turn around.
Oil's going up in price. So if oil goes up in price, does inflation go down?
No.
No. Does inflation necessarily have to go up?
No.
No. So what could that mean for inflation? Means inflation doesn't go down anymore. Doesn't go up, but it also doesn't go down. Which means what?
Stagflation.
Become sticky.
Sticky, right? Which can create stagflation. But it's sticky inflation. And when we get sticky inflation, what happens to the Fed's funds rate? Do they reduce interest rates?
You're gonna
No,
hike
they're gonna
again.
increase.
Well, they could hike, but if they fear there's danger of hiking more, what will they do? They'll probably pause, right?
Yeah.
But if they're going to pause and they're not going to reduce, what are they going to do? They're going to hold rates. And they'll hold them as long as they see inflation's not moving. And typically, what gives to cause inflation to go down when rates are being held at elevated rates? Something breaking.
Bankruptcies everywhere.
A big name going under, a bank, whatever. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a bank necessarily. I know there's a lot of discussions about banks, but it could even be like Google. It could be Facebook, right? It could be any of these companies that gets completely obliterated. That's a big part of the economy. And boom, you get a capitulation event. Inflation drops to hyper deflation and the market sells off. Granted, that's a black swan event, but what are the more likely scenarios of a black swan event happening under? A elevated rate being held or a no rate economy? Which one? It's probably more likely something breaks while rates are high and being held high. Because when you're in a 0% rate economy, what does that mean?
Free credit.
Free credit, money's fluid, no restrictions, money flows like water. When you're in a elevated rate economy, what does that mean? That means credit constrains, contracts, pulls back, stops providing credit in a lot of cases. And liquidity
Production
is
decreases.
restricted, right? Production also decreases, but liquidity is restricted. That's why they call it quantitative tightening, and that's why they call it quantitative easing. Easing is free flowing money. Tightening is the economy contracting. Teach you guys a little bit about macroeconomics, right? And the Fed can put in as much liquidity as they want in a QT environment through the programs that they've used. It's still contracting the economy. All they're doing is relieving a little pressure. So think of it like this. You've got a pressure cooker, right? Anybody ever used a pressure cooker before?
Yep.
Well, if you haven't, a pressure cooker is under pressure. So you've got a pressure cooker. It's building up so much pressure, it's about to blow up. What do you do to the pressure cooker to relieve that pressure?
You turn it down.
You can turn it down.
Release that valve.
You release the valve. So think of the government stepping in and helping these banks as them releasing the valve a little bit, but the pressure's still there. right? They kept it from imploding. They kept the pressure cooker from blowing up, but the pressure's still there. So is the risk for the pressure cooker to still blow up still there? As long as the pressure cooker remains on? I would say yes, it is, because the pressure cooker is still creating pressure. And typically, once they've relieved that pressure by giving money to the banks, when they turn that off, what does that do to the pressure cooker? That's like you doing what? Closing the valve again and letting the pressure build up again. Do you guys get kind of where I'm going with the conversation? We're in a pressurized economy right now. Pressurized on both ends. We've got pressures that want to be in the market, but know there's too much risk to be. We've got pressures for liquidity tightening up, right? And that's basically where we're seeing the quantitative tightening on credit, right? Credit, not free flowing money, credit, which credit is money. So when you got the two factors working against each other, you get buyers and you get sellers. And typically it becomes a 50-50 situation, right? You get an equal amount of sellers as you do buyers. Why? Because the pressure is still present. So people are taking profit when they see it. Now, in a QE environment, what are we doing? We're not even using the pressure cooker. We're taking a pot, throwing it on the stove, no lid, boiling it to high. Right? Cooking it all the way through. No pressure. None. Is there any chance of that pot blowing up? Zero. Zero chance, because there's no pressure. That's a QE environment. Now you guys understand it from a simplistic standpoint, I hope.
Yep.
DXY. I'm telling you guys, this looks bad. Like, it looks dangerous. I'm not going to lie. When we look at this on a daily, all I can see here, I'm going to show you guys. And I've looked at this too many times on the daily. What do you think I draw next?
Up. Form a W.
That's all I can see on the daily. I'm telling you. I think people are dead wrong on the dollar. I really, really do think. I think they're so wrong on the dollar. Because if we can get the dollar to come up here and get above 105, it's going to come back and retest this high. Now, what causes the dollar to do that?
Cigarette. Get computer ready.
We won't even say an event. What causes strength in the dollar?
Stronger economy.
Increase in interest rates.
We won't even go there. What causes strength in the dollar?
Selling of assets.
Selling of assets. That is the biggest cause for strength in the dollar. So if we're back at 114, where do you think we'll be at in price on a lot of assets?
Pretty much hitting the bottom and a lot of assets.
Retesting the lows.
Right.
If the dollar goes back up to here, we're retesting the lows. If the dollar goes to here, what are we doing? Probably forming lower lows. Now, again, big brain theory, right? Hasn't come to fruition yet. But pay attention to the dollar. Pay attention. It has support. I'm seeing support. I'm seeing support. I'm seeing support. I'm going to keep saying I see support until the support breaks. For this to be invalidated, price is going to have to come all the way down and test all the way over here. If price comes down and tests here, what's going to happen? What's the next move for the dollar?
Retrace,
Retrace. And then what?
then down.
Then down. See how that works? This is the bearish case. Bullish case W, bearish case break, comes back up. This gives you the opportunity to get into your assets. Why? Because we're testing the dollar again. Whenever you're below a dollar, what's better to have, dollars or assets?
Assets.
Assets. So you'll get your last retrace on that retest of the dollar. And that's where you should be in the market by that point. Because more than likely this is going to come down, dollar's going to lose value, assets are going to boom. If this W plays, assets are going to shit the bed.
And that's in everything.
In everything. So I've given you guys both scenarios. Don't tell me I'm bearish. I gave you the bullish case breakdown. I gave you the bearish case breakout. And right now, the dollar is at support. You cannot claim win on either side, except for the dollar is playing on the upside of the dollar, right? It's not playing a low here and testing for a breakout. It's playing support. Breakout trades bad. Support trades are what? They're good. They're good until they're not, until they're proven wrong. So if this continues to be support and you start to see this dollar start to roll up to here, expect it's going to pull back, but this thing's going to start working its way out. It's going to start. If this ends up playing out, it's going to start working its way out. And as soon as it gets above here, that's your capitulation event. Because there is nothing but air and opportunity for the dollar from here to here. And if the momentum gets strong enough, they can push the dollar up even higher, which would push assets through the floors that they've already created. Again, this is how I'm viewing and playing the dollar right now. Apple. Just like the biggest round top ever. Apple could be in a multi-year consolidation pattern. Kind of like how it was over here. And then finally broke out. Again, falling wedge, or not falling wedge, but bull flag into a breakout, into a look. I'm going to show you guys this. Look, remember the energy plays I just showed you? Remember those? Look at this one. What did Apple do here? Anybody? Everybody AFK?
I can't see. It's too small.
Hold on. What did Apple do here?
Retested the earlier highs.
What's it doing?
And accumulating.
It's accumulating. What kind of pattern is this?
It's a bullish divergence.
The bull
Oh, the
flag pattern.
Bull flag.
It's a
Bull flag.
So we had a W play into a bull flag,
It's a continuation.
play into a breakout. And what happened after the breakout?
Retest
Retest,
and continuation.
consolidation, continuation. I'm telling you guys, like, I'm identifying these on a lot of energy charts. And that's a big boom. Because what do we see here? What's going on here?
It's way off the trend. I don't if that's what you're asking.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm pointing out.
Because
That's exactly what I'm pointing out.
I was gonna
And
ask before you said that, like, so if we wanted to get into Apple, we need to wait all the way till it gets back to the trend.
that could be multi-years later. Because what do we identify happening here? Well, it's starting to round.
It's rolling over. Yeah.
It's starting to roll over. Now, this doesn't mean this pulled. Look, this is 2056. Okay. 56. That means that is Apple going to be profitable for the next 20 years?
So forget about it.
Maybe, maybe not. I anticipate this thing's going to chop and slowly work its way over to trend, maybe pop a little bit, right? But at some point, the trend and the price will meet again. But your window of opportunity to get into Apple was here. That opportunity is now gone. Now, some of you may be like, well, I need to get it up. Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you, in my view, that opportunity is gone. If you want opportunities, there's plenty of them presenting themselves, I think. Over here, what do we see with SHOP? Came back, hit trend, pulled out. Now, I drew this trend based off no other trend, by the way. Right? I drew this trend up based off what? Where price has been growing. So even if SHOP came back up, I would expect that it would come back up, retest the high, and probably consolidate the zone before SHOP could see another leg out. If SHOP remains bullish. So here, to me, where SHOP is in price, just being realistic, it's reasonable, right? It's reasonable. This is actually an okay place to buy SHOP because the move back out will be a consolidation back in the previous zone before a continuation pattern. And this basically is one big deviation, right? And if we look here, this is a multi-year sideways consolidation into the what? Again, into the new trend, right? So multi-year consolidation into the new trend, sideways consolidation, and then from there, breakout again. If this company continues to develop the way they have been, they will see the growth and potential. Tesla, I think Tesla's in one of these. I think they're going to be sideways for multiple years. So good luck if you're invested in that. I think we're looking at, probably a good solid 4 or 5 years. We got about 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, 5, maybe like 2025, 2020, 2027, 2026. We'll get that breakout next leg up for Tesla. Lucid. Look, I'm just going to go ahead and point out the obvious one I'm seeing. I have a lot of stuff on Lucid's chart, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at this from a realistic perspective. But for me, we've got a big falling wedge, right? We came up, popped up, hit the top, hit, and may even come down lower, right? But this is a breakout pattern. Now, what's the breakout growth potential? Well, it's typically the high to the low. So we're going to take it from here to here because this is the high, because this is a double top. So this is the high of this falling wedge, and this is the low, right? And we're going to take that over here, and we're going to point that out as our breakout. What does that bring it back up to? Brings it right back to the highs. So that's why I've been kind of dialing into Tesla. I think Tesla looks great. Oh, not Tesla, sorry, Lucid. Lucid looks great as far as potential for upside. I don't see this becoming even more of a breakdown. I think a lot of people are underestimating the company as a whole with its potential. ARKK holding the highs of the bull flag, rolling across them. We'll see. We'll see with this one. I'm not too optimistic. I'm not going to lie on this one. I'm just kind of sitting on the side, not really touching that one. BTC USD. Again, just, build long structure. I think from every metric, we're getting red flags from Bitcoin on the weekly and lower time frames. So you can see the ceiling right there. And then if we were to just simply take a angle here, and we were to take it like this and kind of play it as is. What are we seeing right there? What kind of pattern is that?
Is that a bear flag?
The bear flag pattern. So that's why I basically stated to you guys, like, I would be cautious with Bitcoin right now because there's good potential. This is a play to play on people's liquidity that eventually comes back to bite them. And it only makes sense due to where the halving is, right? So the halving, and you guys can look this up, is it supposed to be until May of 2024? And typically we get a nice pullback going into the halving before you catch the breakout. And you had the same thing over here. Oh, it looks like it's actually got it later dated than what I have. Let's see. So that's that. And then if I wanted to go dates, this is your this is your halving date right here. And price ran up just like it is now, right? And if they wanted to run out the 40, they could, right? 100% could. And that would actually be perfect because it would be in line with every other market. So if you look here on all previous markets with Bitcoin, it tends to want to test this high for some odd reason. And you'll see it again right here. See where it basically came across and wanted to test this high. So expectations are they may run it up to these prices. A lot of people are anticipating 48. There's also the potential that they run it short, right? And run it up to this 40K and reject back down. Either way, we should see that retest of the low. So price came down, came back up, retest, and then shot down before the breakout. And that this right here is like one big W, right? Same thing occurred in 13. So if we went over to BLX, so we have the 13 market right here. You got the big boom. Let's go monthly. Hold on, were we on monthly or weekly on the other one? Weekly, okay. So we'll go weekly. So you had a 2013 boom market, boom, came down, ran back up. See right here? See how it came back and retested? And then came back down, or over here, it kind of snaked its way up, right? So there was a double bottom, but it occurred before the ramp up, right? So the double bottom actually occurred here and here. That's where they came back to retest it. And they rode this a couple times. They had it here too. right? So they came down, hit, came down, hit. So you had confirmation on multiple scenarios that this is a solid floor. That price wanted to shift away from it. And this was going into the halving, right? So they came up, hit the high over here, the same high we just talked about. Hit it, deviated, rolled back under it, deviated again, and then came back out. Now, keep in mind, they came all the way back down and retested the low here, or the high here. So that was our 13. Over here, they came up, hit the high, down, up, hit the high, deviated, pushed back up, rolled, 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 breakout. And I'm expecting this right here. So this one's a little bit different, right? So we had the roll across the floor. We had the higher lows. And then this one could be, I could be wrong, right? This could be the low right here, which was the bullish divergence right here. So this was the bull div. And price comes up. It continues to stay in that bear flag, right? Hits the high, or maybe hits the high here. Deviates back down, retest the low. Now, here's the thing. It could also retest higher, right? So that would mean that the deviation does not get retested, but rather it tests the high end of the deviation, the bigger consolidation zone, which is here. And it comes back and retests that, and then starts moving out of that into the halving. And that's where the next market begins. So those are kind of like my, I guess, many different thoughts on the potential for Bitcoin. I don't think that Bitcoin just goes up from here, just because the down draw over here happened well before the halving, right? So because the downfall happened well before the halving, I am personally expecting a retest of the lows. So if we turn this on, right here's your halving, and then price should move into that halving, maybe from the low, and start working its way back out again. So this turned into like one big W, right? And that's the way it seems like it wants to play every time. Look, you got the W move here, breakout. W move here, which I think is going to play, breakout. You got a similar W move here. You get the move down, up, down, breakout. So that's what I think is going to kind of occur over here, just on a bigger time frame, kind of like how I did here in 17, 18, 19. So just my thoughts on that one with Bitcoin. Gov bonds holding the highs. So I want people to understand too, like this is a similar situation to what happened over here in 2000s, right? So you got 06, 07, 08. So when the crash actually really started occurring was over here in 07 and going into 08. What do we see is happening with the bonds market when that happens? Anybody?
Bonds getting
Sets
bought
new
up.
high.
Bonds are getting bought up in massive numbers. So what we're seeing essentially is people exiting risk and going into defensives. Now, these are the most defensives you can get into, right? It's guaranteed money. This is when you know the market's scared and the market is in extreme fear. So when you start to see capitulation events like this in the bond market, that's where you should start looking to take opportunities and positions into the stock market, typically, right? So my expectation is we're going to see a similar event. It could come after the bull market, right? And that's really my thoughts now at this point, is that we won't see it this year. So we will see downside, but we won't see the capitulation event this year. We will see it after the 2024 bull market for crypto, probably going into 2025. So 2 years later, I'm waiting for the inversion to de-invert between the 2 and the 10. And then typically from what I've shown before in past charts. I don't have it open right now, but between the 2 and the 10 alterations, you will get a 2-year, literally a 2-year lag before the market actually capitulates upon the reinversion of the 2 and the 10. I think I have maybe somewhere. Yeah, right here. So over here, I've showed you guys this before. This is the .com bubble. You got the inversion right here in 00. You got the de-inversion 01, 02, 03. This boom, market's completely obliterated through here. You got the inversion, rolls back up from 06. Then you got 07, 08 is where it starts getting bad, then 09. So now we got the inversion. We're starting to roll back up. And then we'll probably be 24, 25, and then 26, between 25 and 26 is the anticipated real recession in my eyes. I haven't really discussed this with a lot of people. But once that reinversion happens, typically somewhere's over here, we will see that capitulation event really occur, right? These were the major crashes upon the reinversion of the 2 and the 10. And we have not reinverted yet. We're still very much inverted. And until that situation occurs where we reinvert, then I'm going to be very defensive, paying off all debt, sitting on a lot of cash, and kind of waiting for the capitulation event to occur after the reinversion, which typically happens every single time. All right. So those are my thoughts. Not necessarily doom and gloom, because I'm calling doom and gloom for later. But any questions? Let's try and make them quick though, because I've been on here for like a solid 3-4 hours, 4 hours.
So you said the inversion after that, that's when it's a good time to buy BTC. It'll be at the all-time low.
Well, the bull market will have already came and gone by then.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's what we got to understand here. Like this
Oh,
could.
These are in the years. Okay.
Yeah, this is on the weekly, but like if we were to look at this on the monthly, you could see the inversion drop, right? And then you see the reinversion. So let me see if I can make this a little easier. Let's make that black. And then we'll make the background here. I don't know if I got another, oh, right here. We'll make this red. And we'll make that orange. Okay, there we go. So now you can see the black lines, right? So you got the inversion, and let me turn off the EMA so those don't get confusing. You have the original inversion. Then you have the de-inversion, where basically the inversion comes back out. You got, a little bit of period here, basically a year, and then boom, economy starts shitting itself. You got the inversion, right? You got the reinversion, 07, right? You basically got a year, and then boom, the economy starts shitting itself, 08, 09. And then we got the drop here, and I'm waiting for the reinversion, and then basically we'll have 1 year before the economy will completely obliterate.
So if I get it correctly, once that inversion goes back up, the bull market will happen, and then, or I guess.
Well, I wouldn't be looking for anything as far as a bull market. If we get the reinversion, I'm just going to be accumulating cash, not worried about being in the market at all at that point.
Okay.
So this whole year after the reinversion, I'm just going to be in cash the whole time. I'm not going to risk trading. I'm not going to risk missing.
Okay. The reinversion you're thinking is going to happen this year?
I'm thinking 2024 will be the reinversion. And that's right when the halving happens, right? So we get the big boom market, and that's your 1 year. Look. If we get the reinversion in 2024, the halving is in May of 2024, right? Then going into 2025 is where we should see the shit show. That would match perfectly with the cycle, because you get the 1 year run for the bull market, right? You get 1 year of bull market. And then after that 1 year of bull market, it's supposed to come down hard. Now, here's the thing. We could revisit these 16, 15K lows if crypto gets affected like stock markets will from this.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you. You think we're going to do a double top, or you said 160K was your
We
next
could
top?
easily do a double bottom if this happens,
Oh,
right?
sorry,
So
double bottom. I meant.
yeah, so we could go higher, but we could easily do a double bottom if
'Cause you
this
did
ends
say-
up playing out.
You said double top, like we're going to go to 60K again, BTC, and then come back down in the next bull run.
That's so what you're describing is kind of trap liquidity, and that was a different theory. But now I'm thinking we're going to get a blow up top, right? So what I was talking about was this theory, right? Where price is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
basically ranging. But the way price is moving right now, it's making me think that the market is getting bulled up, right? And so if it's getting bulled up, we're still in accumulation. Then we may see another leg up. And then when we get that bear market again, it's gonna really rip us.
So we'll have a bull market like normal again, and then but we're going to crest the same levels as this time.
If not, maybe a little bit of deviation higher, right?
Yeah, maybe like 50K.
Yeah,
60K.
it could be 30K instead of 15K.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but I think it's going to be very close to the same, very close to the
Right.
same price. And really, if you think about this from a bigger perspective, boom, 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 and then boom, double bottom, and then a breakout for the next market, right?
Yeah, I know you said predictions are hard, but you said maybe 150, 160K.
That's what I have based on the Fibonacci. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not a guess. That's not me going and be like, hey guys, I did this multiplier. And this is some random number I came up with in my head, like a lot of people are doing. Like I threw out a fib, I ran the fib from the high to the low, and if the low is true, then that's the anticipated move will be to the high. And if I get proven right next year, make sure you guys post it for me.
You'll be the king, like one of the very few that predicted it.
Because I'm doing this in the bear market, right? I'm predicting the top in the bear market. So, and
Right.
and I can tell you guys, I don't like doing that. I don't think it's a good take. Because
I mean, you might.
if I'm completely wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're just trying to make a historic prediction like before.
Yeah, and this isn't me again. I don't like to tout my hat to myself and be like, oh, I'm the best. But like, I do like to give realistic numbers. That's the thing. I don't want people, because I can guarantee you, gets above 100, you're gonna start hearing people talk about 500,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah, and they're probably saying that now, 1 million, 500,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be some obscene number. We're gonna get, part way up to like 150, 160, maybe even stop at a little earlier, 140. And then once we get to that point, the market's going to be screaming for how we're going to get to a quarter. Actually, it'll probably be 250,000. That's probably what they'll use. They'll probably say 250,000. I'm quoting that right now. They're going to say 250,000 through the bull run. And then everybody's going to believe it's going to get to 250. It's going to get to 140, 160, and the market's going to turn the hell back around. Watch.
Yeah. So kind of like a 3x from this all-time high, just like a 3x from the last all-time high.
Yep. Yeah, I think as far as upwards potential for Bitcoin, it's going to be capped for a long time, to be honest with you. There's only so much money that'll flow in at once. I think we're in a accumulation phase.
Boom, we just started.
Boom. No, I mean, as far as the whole market, right?
Oh.
Boom, and then maybe we start doing this, right? Where it's just less and less, and then at a certain point, this is what a lot of bigger influencers are missing, is that this from a bigger perspective is what direction?
Kind of sideways.
Even though it's forming higher highs. Now, where the big
but
boom
this is logarithmic, right?
Correct. So if you're looking for a boom, yes, this is great. But the real boom is on the adoption curve, right? The adoption curve comes after the market structure.
Sheesh.
I think we're much further out on the adoption curve.
What's that number right there to the right?
What's that? Which
when
one?
You went up?
This one?
No, all the way up.
Oh, well, some obscene number. Well, I'm just kind of showing you how an adoption curve works, right? So you get the curve of the adoption. So you get the cell pressure curve, then you get the buy pressure curve, and then you get the boom.
The boom is probably like that $1 million Bitcoin.
Yeah, that could be. But you get what I'm saying here, right? Cell pressure curve, which we're still in the cell pressure curve, right?
Yeah.
We're still in the cell pressure curve. That's where pressure is on this side of the trade. The buy pressure curve comes later. And I can show you it on Tesla. It did it beautifully. Look. You get the cell pressure curve,
which we are in now.
And then you got the buy pressure curve.
So we're in that about to buy pressure curve.
We're close. We're probably a cycle off.
Yeah.
Right. Probably a cycle or two off from a buy pressure curve.
Yeah.
But that's what I would be looking for.
Oh, that's the sideways you were talking about.
Yeah. See, even though it looks sideways, but look, what has it been doing?
Slightly up.
Slightly up, sideways. Exactly. So when you zoom out, it's much easier to identify than if you're sitting there like zoomed in at the 5 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, right? So I always look at curves. Always look at curves.
And nobody talks about this idea yet. Like maybe people aren't, ready for this idea.
I think just too many people trying to hype and get followers and clicks rather than just be honest with people.
So it's because this is probably not the best news.
Yeah, because it's further dated than what people want to hear.
Yeah, this is probably what, 2030, maybe 20.
Yeah, 2030, 2040, before we see the real adoption curve, I think, for crypto.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to know. I guess, but this could be another theory, like you said, just like that double top theory.
I mean, the double top, look, on this one right here, I was right in 2021 because when we flipped down, I was like, oh, we'll probably do a double top. And lo and behold, what did we do?
A double top. So you did say that did you say that? I guess during that time?
I said that while we were over here.
Yeah.
Because everybody was expecting a blow off top, and I was like, we're getting a round top here. I was like, it's gonna end.
Yeah.
And and the reason that I gave the double top theory or thought about it or even discussed it was because like if you went into something like the Bitcoin rainbow, we weren't even close to the high, right? So I was like, okay, they're gonna run it down, then run it back up, and then if you were to stack these, we'd be right at that double top. So if I were to use like an indicator, I think it's logarithmic. Yep. Okay. So if you look at the Bitcoin log rainbow here, right? And let me get rid of all this crap.
This is that famous logarithmic chart, or I guess that one guy, that Twitter guy that created this idea.
I mean, a lot of people discuss it, but I don't feel like they understand it, right? That's the problem.
Yeah,
I think Ben Cohen does, but if we look here at the logarithmic chart, look at where Bitcoin is.
It's at it's near the
It's not
low
looking
part.
good. It's not looking good, right? We're short from the high and lower on the low.
So this thing's getting invalidated.
Well, it's not necessarily getting invalidated. What it's doing is it's validating the fact that we can go that we're in the cell pressure side of the curve.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's why we're pressuring down. Because we're still on the sell side of the curve.
Uh-huh.
On the adoption curve. Adoption curves pressure down and then they pressure out, right? And I'm not saying that it's going to come back down to here at some point. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to identify and show you how this works. But it might be something more like this, right? So pressure's down and then pressure's out on the latter end of the curve.
It's that selling pressure, then the buying pressure.
Yes. Yeah. Once selling kind of succeeds because selling realizes it's inevitable that breakout is going to happen, then breakout occurs and price, makes a ridiculous curve out, right? That's basically what happens with price. And that's exactly what happened with Tesla. Tesla actually got induced by 2 sell pressure curves, but it was obvious that it was turning to a buy pressure curve because you had the sell pressure curve here, then you had the higher sell pressure curve here, right? Creating that adoption curve that was occurring.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
then price moved against it.
Does
And then
does
at
this
that
happen-
point, bulls
Sorry,
or
go ahead.
bears don't win.
Does this happen in every major stock too, or not all of them?
Yeah, I mean, it happened in Google. Like, here, let me show you Google. Google's another one that I want. Again, these are just theories that I use to identify, good positions on higher time frames. That a lot of people they don't pay attention to, like the simplicity of the market that's there. It's easy to read. It's not hard.
Maybe it's the identifying patterns part that you have a knack for that they don't.
Yeah, I think that may be it, right? It's always a position. So
And maybe that comes with experience, like time. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah.
If you look here, you got the sell pressure curve, sellers win, right? And then what do we notice here?
Then they started buying.
Buy pressure curve, right?
Yeah.
And then buy pressure curve wins.
Parabolic.
That's this is what we call adoption. Right? Your adoption occurs after your sellers get washed out.
Yeah.
On your sell pressure curve.
And so that means Bitcoin is definitely still early.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Very early. So
I guess I have. Sorry, go ahead.
And if you look at Google, it took a solid. How many days is that? 97 bars.
A year and a half. Yeah.
No, it took longer. It took a decade.
A decade.
Yep. Took
Oh,
a decade
yeah.
to get out of here. So about 2015, it broke its all-time high. On the buy pressure curve, buyers won, got out, came back, tried to retest, and just rode this wave all the way up.
So it's like a sellers versus buyers, and more buyers are outperforming the sellers.
Yeah. Yeah. When buyers are outperforming sellers, it starts to become inevitable and become very obvious. But you'll notice on these curves, you get lots of opportunities to get in before the breakout occurs.
Or it's too late.
Yeah. Now, granted, some people be like, well, you're looking at it way ahead of time. Well, yeah, I am. But, if you were in here looking at this in a way that made sense,
Before it happened.
Look at it like this.
Before it happened, yeah.
Yeah. You would be like, oh, look, because you want me to show you something that looks like that? Oh, not that one. Hold on. One of these I was showing you earlier. These energy plays. Looking for the flat one. Right here. Look.
CVX.
Boom. Consolidation. What did it do? Broke out.
Yeah. Same thing.
Same thing. Look. Look.
Yeah. So now we're beginning that phase.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at energy and I'm like, oh, energy looks good. Look at XOM. Sitting right above it.
You were identifying these patterns then.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going through, looking at the charts, identifying patterns. And
Is that why you have so many stocks that you watch just to see if you can find anything?
Yeah, look right here. Same thing. Breakout.
Yeah.
Lots
Like
of
this
potential to the upside. Look what it did right here when it broke out.
Yeah.
Massive run. So
yeah. Now energy's now the move.
I'm seeing a lot of energy as being a move. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm identifying that as a trend. Again, break down, break out, holding support above. I did this another breakout move. They're just different patterns at the end of the day, but they're all breakout patterns, right? The only one that looked bad was VLO. This one looks like hell, but like that looks like an easy short for me. This one is very confusing because you got the gap here, you got the breakout pattern, you got the move up consolidation. It should be a continuation, but you have the gap here, which is kind of invalidating the thought of a breakout. So I can't really play that one. Right here, bigger time frame. Look, no breakout yet. But if it gets a breakout above this bigger bull flag,
You're gonna put money into it.
ooh yeah, I'm gonna buy some because
So
I
it
think
only
if
has,
it gets
has to
above
break
here,
that then.
it would need to break out of this and probably retest here.
So that's the
Right.
retest you're looking for.
So if it came up, retested, it's going to more than likely come back before it goes.
Okay. So that's what you look for before you do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just identifying the pattern. This is
Yeah,
a bull
yeah.
flag pattern. Bull flag, bullish, bull playing. Right.
Uh-huh.
I'm playing a bull, but I
Does
only
it-
play it once it breaks out. I don't play before because if I play where it's sitting at right now, and I'm wrong, because you can be because there's no breakout confirmation, right?
Uh-huh.
There's no breakout confirmations, which means I could be completely wrong on this play and it could turn out to be another pattern.
Yeah.
But if I'm wrong, this thing could come down to here and completely obliterate my position, or even potentially come all the way back down to the lows and destroy my position, right?
So is that why you have like you'll have a stop loss and managing your losses, you'll have that type of option.
Yeah, that's I always stop, but like I only stop once price has gotten above support. Then I
Yeah.
put stops well below support. So if it breaks down, I take a little bit of loss, but the drawdown isn't too bad because I can get in at lower prices.
Yeah. And
But
I
that's
guess,
just because I can identify the supports.
uh-huh. I guess did you even talk about US oil? I was wondering what your outlook on that is. If it's related, I mean, did you do US oil?
Well, I showed you guys oil. I think, Ikanashi
Oh,
saying
yeah.
bullish.
Yeah,
Line
yeah.
chart saying bullish. Regular chart to me is saying bullish. It looks like accumulation. So like I don't think oil's coming down right now. I think a lot of people are overly thinking oil. That's a
what I
lot
thought.
of big wicks.
Oh, I was thinking it would go back to like the all-time high, gas prices that we saw back in last year.
We could see that. I mean, the oil going up doesn't necessarily have to inflect on current gas prices. Oil going up could just be the government refilling its reserves
Oh, okay.
that it hasn't done yet. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now we're in that pivot phase.
Yeah. And dollar looks bullish too. So
Yeah. So you still think we'll go to 120 then?
I'm saying that that's an option, but we aren't even close to that. So don't speculate the high, speculate the next resistance / support. We're setting that support. The next resistance is setting up here around 103, 104. If we start moving above that, then we'll hit 106. If you get above 106, you're probably just going to go for it and head all the way back up to the high about 114. And then if they really want to get entice bullishness for the dollar, they will break above 114, retest, and come back up and hit the 120, which is the previous high all the way from back here in 2001, 2000.
Uh-huh.
So that's the play right now for oil that I have. Higher time frame, oil looks like shit. It does.
Yeah.
Not oil, but dollar. Sorry,
US
dollar looks
dollar,
like shit. Yeah, it looks horrible.
Yeah.
But lower time frames, it looks like they're trying to round this out. And if they can do it, that's going to be really bad for assets. So I'm watching this like a hawk, paying attention to it the whole nine.
Wait, could you say that again? You said it's bad for stocks if what?
If they can move the dollar up.
Oh yeah.
You don't want the dollar moving up if you're bullish. You want the dollar moving down.
A dollar up is less money in stocks.
Dollar up is selling more than likely of assets. Dollar down is buying more than likely of assets.
Right. Strength of I guess it's kind of like the stable coin.
Yeah, it's kind of like an indicator of how the market is feeling. If the market is feeling risk off, you get a heavy dollar. You get a high value dollar.
A higher market cap in like a USDT type thing.
Yeah, and if the market's feeling risk on, you get a lower value dollar.
Right.
That's how this is work.
I guess I have a couple last two questions. So are you still doing? I don't know if I missed this. You're still doing Q&As every Saturday. That's a thing.
Yeah. I was just busy this past week, but I'll be continuing this with you guys. Don't worry.
Still at 2 p.m. PST.
Yep. Yeah. We'll try to. I'm definitely trying to keep the schedule. I'm sorry to those who, try to be here on time, but I'm doing what I can.
Yeah, I think a lot of us thought, oh man, he quit. He just went to because Bitcoin.
No, I'm not gonna just abandon everybody.
And
Go
so
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish yours. It's fine.
I guess I have one last question. And maybe you're tired of hearing this, but that course, did you take a pause on that? Are you maybe delaying it later
I
on?
did right now. I did right now.
Okay.
But
So
I
guess,
will be continuing it later. I got so much going on, guys.
yeah.
Like,
And there's no pressure. There's no pressure on that. I'm just wondering if you are still, if you paused or you're going to work on it later on.
yeah, I'm 100% telling you guys I did pause on it for right now. I have a lot going on with because Bitcoin. I got a lot going on here. I'm still trying to make it to these meetings for you guys. I am consistently trying to answer DMs and also trying to stay up to date in the Discord, which is getting at times difficult, but I'm still doing it. And I'm hoping people aren't losing interest because I haven't been around.
But I think that's the thing, right? Like, I think that's the thing. Like, right now is the time to be the busiest. Like, I think Benjamin Cowan said it. I think, like, during these recessions, this is the time to be the busiest, to work the hardest.
Definitely. I'm working to make more money so I can do better, do more investing.
Yeah. I think sorry, go ahead.
No, I think he was asking where. So because Bitcoin's it's a media company, guys. Like, I'm just working with them actively on Twitter. Yeah, I think they have a website too, something like that.
And I would say if you're missing Will, just listen to Because Bitcoin. They do like 3 shows a day, and he's usually on one of them at least a few times a week. So if you're missing them, just show up there.
Yeah, are you Will on each one of them? You said every time they do a Twitter space.
Not all of them, no.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I
try to be.
That you were.
But yeah.
Hey, Will, I have a question. Will, were you on live this week on Twitter as a guest?
Yeah.
So follow you there too, right?
Yeah. You can follow me on Twitter, 100%.
No,
I thought it was crazy that you were a speaker with Benjamin Cowan. Like, that's probably like a new level for you.
Oh yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. I'm getting to talk with a lot of guys.
Well, I was hoping you were going to speak, but I guess you didn't have time. They didn't let you.
No, I did. I spoke.
You did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, can we? I don't know. This might be a dumb question, but is there like a pre-recorded for that? Then you recount.
Yeah. So actually, let me pull it up. So they actually have all their stuff on YouTube. So if you guys miss any of the meetings, I usually talk on them. And I'm in there, like the one with Cohen, I think is let me see here. That one's I was on there with Crypto Magoo. He's pretty big in the space too. Let me see. But Ethereum, liquid staking. Here, I'll share their Discord with you guys. Or not Discord, but I can share the Discord with you too. But here's the YouTube right here. So all the recordings that they do on the spaces, you'll also be able to catch on that YouTube channel right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I would definitely highly recommend too. Really smart guys in the space. One of them is Michael Cantro. So that guy's a really data analytic type guy, and he's a really good guy. Like, lots of good information.
I was surprised he follows Because Bitcoin.
Yeah. He's a smart guy, man. Like, really smart guy. Let me try to find that Ben Cohen one.
Hey, well, are you on their Discord?
Yeah.
Is that the only subscription they have? Is like $150 a month? Is that
You guys don't have to subscribe, guys. Like, I give you all the info for free. Yeah, you're good. No.
Is it a paid one for them?
Don't tell them I told you that.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna still be here to help you guys and support you. So
yeah,
I think I just pulled it up. Give me 1 second. I just had the one with the. Yep, here it is. Okay, this is the one with Ben Cohen. I talk on there too. Like, I ask him some questions, just chat back and forth and stuff like that.
I take those as a Q&A, basically.
Yeah.
So
You'll
I
see
liked,
what.
how
What's
did you
that?
feel about Joe Calsari or whatever his name is?
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe's a pretty straightforward guy, man. Like he can definitely, get under some people's skins, I think sometimes, but he's just one of those guys that doesn't bullshit. Like, and I like that, to
That's
be
what I
honest with
thought
you.
about him. Like, I feel like he's been in the game a long time and he was challenging you guys, which I thought was cool. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, like
100%.
he was like listening to what you guys said, and he was like, okay, well, what about this? Like, like I
Yeah,
liked him.
he brings the heat. He makes you think, right? Like he came in and he was like, well, because he did try to catch me. He did try because he was like, because I think he brought up the conversation about the lift workers and how I brought up that they were contractors and he said they were protected, and I was like, and I went back and I remembered this the CARES Act, and I was like, oh yeah, the CARES Act ended in December of 2020, so they're not protected. They might have been protected in the past, which they were under the CARES Act during COVID, but once that was over, that there was no longer any protections for contract workers. And it was more like more in the direction of the discussion that contract workers are more in the space of
1099.
services and stuff like that. And service spaces are usually the first jobs to go in a recession. And it was a
Yeah.
deep conversation.
Does this have to
He
do
seems
with
like a good mentor. Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're
Go
good.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying he seems like a good mentor.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. Like I think he's a lawyer. I really do. Like I haven't looked into it, but I think he knows law and he's a lawyer. So really good to have lawyer type people in the space.
Yeah.
To be able to kind of combat, any type of BS conversations and stuff like that. So he's really good at keeping things clear and precise. But yeah, I usually when I say something though, I've already done my research, I've done my homework. I'm not just talking out of my ass. So you ain't gonna catch me off sides like that. So, you might catch somebody else who's talking, and just making up stuff. But like I do my research when I come to those conversations. So that way they can't catch me slipping, especially like the spaces we've been having. It's been like 1,000+ people, so it's been pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is how you can blow up your Twitter, like by doing these spaces with Benjamin Count.
Yeah, I think I got like 100 followers with him.
Yeah, I
Well,
was looking at your followers as you were doing it.
Hey, Will, what do you think about Big Boy's future?
I don't know. I think he stays in the space,
Yeah,
right?
oh,
Like,
he's a showman.
He might get arrested this Monday.
oh, you think so? Oh, yeah. I forgot about he got subpoenaed to court. Or
I
whatever.
think he's a con artist. I never liked him. Yeah, I used to like him when I was a beginner, but then he hypes things up like that. Like he puts his space like a ESPN type of thing, his shows. Yeah, he full of shit. My opinion. He's good, but with FTX, I don't know, man.
Well, the FTX thing is its own thing. I think a lot of people got played into that. I don't think it really has to
Yeah.
do with them as
I think-
individuals, but
The
Even-
thing about
even-
Big Boy is he hired a lot of smart people around him. Like he's a showman.
That's
And
right.
yeah, like if you look at him, like, yeah, he doesn't really know how to read charts or how to like do
Yeah,
trade,
he has an
trade or
idea.
anything, but all the people around him is gonna keep him afloat.
exactly. He pays people to keep his money going.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm not a big fan of hyping shit. Like he was one of those guys talking about 100K Bitcoin. I was telling people it wasn't possible, not yet at least. And then
Yeah.
like
He-
I was
he
the
still-
person getting flack for telling people that, and we didn't
Yeah,
even come close.
Yeah, he showed like every project there was.
I know almost all the ones he showed for the most part, crashed and burned pretty hard. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, like that's
I don't know.
But
like,
that could also be because so many people watch his channel that as soon as he says something, they jump on it. And yeah.
and whales and bots take advantage. I know. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, but at the same time, this is why you as individuals, and this is why I really press you guys as individuals to consistently DYOR and get into your own projects. Don't follow other people, not even me. Like you can follow me if you want to. I'm just telling you, like, you should be actively educating yourself, looking into projects, finding things you want to be in. If you have allocation that you can add, and getting those things and putting them on cold storage and holding them until the next bull run.
Yeah.
Like stop sit. Look, I'm gonna be straight up. If it's 95% down, stop sitting on your hands. Right? Like take the opportunity. You're gonna experience drawdown. I experienced plenty of drawdown through this. Believe me.
Yeah.
I didn't eat the majority of the market drop. Like I was out for 90% of the market drop. But like it didn't mean that I'd missed any drawdown. I still got some drawdown from things that I bought when we were starting to fall down there near the lows. Because when we were down near the lows, we had that bullish divergence, but you never know when that's gonna end.
Yeah.
Right. Those things can go on forever.
So that 95% rule, that's based on the previous bull run. But I guess if it hasn't been in the previous bull run, just buy it when it's on its floor.
Look. Well, I guess you could say when it's on its floor, but I've showed you guys this earlier today. I want to buy B&B. B&B's got to 307. I don't know how much ever it got to, $700 some dollars. Some joke of a price.
Yeah.
What's your drawdown at 98%?
It's got to be $10.
It's be $10, right? Well, okay. Let's be fair to B&B. Let's be fair. What's your drawdown to 95?
It's 35.
You see my trend line?
Yeah.
Where does 35 hit?
On the trend line?
Right on the trend line. We're at right on top of the previous liquidity.
So eventually it's going to hit that trend line, you think?
Should. If it doesn't, then it's going to go up in the next bull run and it's going to get obliterated.
Yeah. Because I wanted to ask you about VLX project you talked about, and I was wondering if now was a good time to buy if you want to pull it up. Because it's like at its lowest low. I don't know if you're still bullish on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not scared on these ones that got obliterated. Like, I want you guys to understand that if I bought them, I bought them, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if they go lower. Like, drawdown is part of the game. You can even see here, I drew this out.
Yeah.
Does my draw out say this bottom stops here?
So I guess that's the thing. It probably wasn't the best to buy it now. I could have waited.
I mean, you could have, or you could have just dialed in
and just kept buying more as they went down. Like this is the first step.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You could have taken the opportunity, bought a little bit, say you bought up here, you bought a little bit here. It makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4 months of consolidation here. Boom, it breaks. Guess what? You don't sell your position. 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Boom. Okay. Buy again. Drops again. 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Buy again. Drops again. 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Buy again. If you believe in the project, it's irrelevant. Right?
Right. Yeah.
You're buying the lows because when these projects actually move and they get adoption and they get attention, even if it comes all the way down here, more than likely it's going to exceed its high, which is already putting you well in the green because your DCA probably puts you somewhere around in here. Right?
On average.
Drops. And then, your upside potential from, we'll say your average price was under a penny and it's a $15.
Yeah.
$10, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at the stupid numbers at that point.
Yeah. So it's like either look at it 95% down or look at it as did it reach its bottom consolidation level?
Yeah. If you're at the low end of the consolidation, buy.
Yeah. Or DCA, DCA as it goes down to its consolidation.
Yes. When I say buy, I mean DCA. I don't mean go all in on a position and call that the bottom. I think the people doing that just have no clue what they're talking about. Like they just consolidation, buy the low of the consolidation. Consolidation, buy the low of the consolidation. Maybe you buy high here. 1, 2, 3. Let's say it drops down again. 4. Where's your average?
It's
right here. 4 cents.
4 cents. Yeah,
See what I
it's
mean?
good to know. Yeah, I guess, and some projects have gone, I think, to their 95% level right now.
Yeah. You just think about it from that perspective, guys. Like, stop thinking catching the bottom. You are at support. If you want to DCA this, now is your time. Not later.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody good?
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Will.
Yeah, no problem. I think we're almost at 5 hours now.
This is the first time, 5 hours.
I got a
No.
lot written down.
So this will be recorded, and I mean, it's already going to be uploaded. To YouTube.
It's going to take a while to upload. I'm just telling you guys ahead of time. 5-hour recording. Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah,
take
yeah.
Yeah, Rob, we broke the record.
Yeah, it probably won't be uploaded till tomorrow morning, to be honest.
It's all that AI stuff, man.
Yeah. The AI, man, yeah.
Don't start.
I was tempted earlier. I was like, man, should I cut that out? Because
No, keep it.
That was a long conversation. It was so
keep
long.
it. I want to listen to that again. But yeah,
Right.
so
Are you excited about the airdrop from Gala?
I didn't know. Are they doing airdrops? Sorry, I haven't been in the loop.
They're doing a 1-to-1 airdrop. If you have it, make sure you have
When's the
your
snapshot?
Gala on your wallet. Don't leave it on exchange because
What?
they're gonna do a 1-to-1 airdrop on May 15, I think. Gala's doing it, and it's better to put it in your wallet because they're not guaranteed if the exchanges are gonna commit to that airdrop.
What's the snapshot date?
Like I said, I think it's May 15.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I wonder how they're gonna do that for the people who have like NFTs, because I have so many Gala. I have their music NFT. I got a lot of Gala stuff.
There's a report about that. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but and I posted it. But you could do it yourself. You can just check it out. Go to Google and just put Gala airdrop, and it shows you. It tells you everything that you need to know.
I'm interested in that. I'll probably get some more Gala actually.
Yeah, Gala's a good play for the next bull run.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And I guess back to the recording. So you record them and then you upload them on YouTube now, and then you actually make them public in a week?
Yeah, usually about a week. So that way you guys get the info first. You already know the move, and then everybody who doesn't want to follow me through Discord can get it later.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing that you're putting them on YouTube, like so I can go back and watch them and study some of the stuff you said.
Yeah, it's easier this way too. Like I feel like the Zoom thing was just dumb. Like I don't even know why.
Paying for that data.
Yeah, like I mean, I still paid to use Zoom so I can have the bigger room so everybody can be in here. But to pay for storage makes no sense when YouTube provides it for free.
And you might be able to get paid off of it too if you monetize it.
That might occur too, unless they hear the C word somewhere in the conversation.
Yeah,
they're a little bit finicky. Luckily, I mark all my videos not for children. So
that's good.
Yeah.
No Dina. Yeah.
I don't want to get hit for any weird stuff on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, I mean Gala looks solid too. It's rolling the floor. I like it. I'll get some.
So Gala is like near. It's like 16. You said you bought it at 16 cents, so it's near that bottom then.
Yeah, it's really low.
Or sorry, 16 cents. Yeah, 16 cents. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably get some of this. All right. Any 5-second questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
No more questions. No more questions.
Well, you did a lot, man, today.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to catch up with you guys, make sure that you were getting the info you needed. I know a lot of you were probably concerned that I was gonna just abandon everybody.
Abandon us.
Yeah. I'm still here.
Because in the other group, I feel like we were banded already.
You feel like you're banded. No.
This made up for it. This 5
You know
hours
which
stuff.
one I'm talking about, right?
What's that?
You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Which one? I didn't
The
hear
other
you.
group. the other
Oh
group.
yeah.
I don't want to mention.
Yeah. We'll see how that turns out by the next bull run.
Yeah, I was surprised you joined them.
What, the inner circle?
The inner circle.
Oh, that group.
Every time I go on there, I just went on there just to check and just it was like, oh yeah, buy call. And then I look at it, like fucking tanked right as they called it. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. Definitely not looking to do that. All right. Look, just the thing is, accumulate now on smart plays. Plays that look like this. All right. Plays that look like this, not plays that look like this. All right.
Yeah.
We understand the difference, correct?
So it's good. It's good. Assurance that I bought it then. That's good.
So you guys are good. Remember, you're
Yeah.
going to experience drawdown. You're looking to accumulate to sell to other very intelligent
Projects.
people that will buy our projects for extremely overpriced valuations.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're buying it at areas that liquidity will never reach again.
Not in this cycle, but could reach it again in the next bear.
Yeah.
So take profit for sure
Take
when the
profit.
bull run comes. All right, guys. We're gonna wrap it up there. I'll throw this up on YouTube. It might take like 6 hours to upload. I'm not gonna lie, that's a long video. And then I'll share it as soon as it's done. So if anybody asked, tell them
Just
that
tell them.
I am working on getting it uploaded. It's just gonna take an extremely long time.
Yeah, we got you. I'll tell them.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Awesome.
thanks, Will.
Thanks,
No
Will.
problem.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Will.
No worries.
Thank you.
All right. I'll talk to you all later.
Thanks, Will.
No worries.